per ನೀನು ಏನು देखो वीडियो
Video is finished. I'm going to show you how to use your passport.
Because all of us have a history. We all come from somewhere.
Okay, so you guys are all very welcome to EPIC, the Irish Immigration Museum. I'm just going to explain your passports before you get started. These little booklets here work as your maps. So when you open them up like this, you can see all 20 galleries as well as the bathrooms and exits laid out in a one-way system. For a bit of fun as well, you can also collect stamps on machines like this in each room. To do this, just lay your passport down completely flat. Follow the blue arrows in the top left-hand corner. There's an opening at the bottom of each machine here, so you just slide it in there all the way to the left before pressing down gently to collect a stamp for each step of your emigrant's journey. When you guys are going through, if you have any questions at all, feel free to ask myself or my colleagues. You're now going to start up here and into the right-hand side in our aisle of the census. And I hope you'll enjoy. Thanks so much for visiting EPIC today. Thank you.
Okay, let's go. See the square. 힘들잖아.
Our turning point came the day we got engaged. With somebody bursting in shouting, "Mr. Murray's killed." I ran out. I was sure it was me dad. Turned out it was a different Mr. Murray, but sure we knew then. Our married life had to be somewhere else.
We were battered all right, but we weren't beaten. We'd racked those English cages so much that by 1868 they resumed transportation just for us beings. After 2 years in a filthy English jail, I found myself boarding Hougoumont for Australia, one of 62 Fenians, shaven-headed and in shades, 25. We dodged the hangman's noose, and there was plenty of fighting us yet.
Once at the city we were, but at the age of 16 I'd escaped the hunger. My parents were lost in the past 20 years. I expected to be less. Not the lies in the workhouse. That's politician or and the idea of sending young workhouse girls out to Australia.
Niye bir kız koyuyorsun? Tabii korkutun diye yapabilir onu.
Boston, Ireland, writing lots of poetry. I hope to publish a collection, songs from the southern seas.
First of January 1892, I was just bursting with excitement to see me marry your dad. There's nothing from that home. We were just dinners and we set off to see that she lives.
Married her.
So whatever I did for Africa, Africa did that for me.
ਕਾਲੀਆਂ ਫਿਰ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਹੈਂ? बड़ी मेहनत की थी मैंने
I wish to talk to you this evening about the state of the nation's affairs. And the picture I have to paint is not, unfortunately, very cheerful. The figures which are just now becoming available to us show one thing very clearly. As a community, we are living way beyond our means. नहीं जा थोड़ी देर
in a video.
Rest your mind, soldier. Those wrenches have been driven from the land. The new degree has enabled us to chase and cage the bandits in comfort.
My husband's offered his life on the investment of family wealth for General Cromwell's expedition.
I was promised land, and by God, land I shall receive. We have Mary in safe custody for the Barbagos.
And a good riddance. The place of island under life of servitude is more than they just deserve.
These women with morals slacker than an empty clothesline, good for nothing but laundry. Would any God-fearing man wed such a slattern?
My concern, sister, is more for the child. The mother is beyond redemption. Well, what hope for the baby among these fallen women?
In the blink of an eye, that child will be carrying a baby herself, with yet more burden on the Irish state.
Best that she be adopted by a family overseas.
Conceived in sin, 'tis better for Ireland little Mary is adopted and grows up in America.
Yeah.
The Irish are fond of a little tipple, I'd say. Irish like their whiskey, definitely.
I really love Irish music. Gets everybody up and dancing. I think the Irish are really charming.
Is there very thinking, I think, with some people? I have such a weird
John Landy comes up from nowhere running strong. And overtakes this Delaney of Iron Fruit as 21 years old Ron Delaney, a Dubliner studying in America, stands on the most exclusive square top in our place.
I express my deep sorrow to the innocent victims of this despicable crime. One victim being called a shameful day for Ireland and the Catholic Church.
Never large, open, democratic city guarantee that there will never be a terrorist.
Once they were worlds apart. Now, Jerry Adams and Ian Paisley sit just feet apart.
Violence in action again. People are on the edge of their seats here in Genoa. Never know what it's like back in Ireland. Ireland have a date in Rome in the quarterfinals.
You've just provided me with the makings of one hell of a weekend in Dublin.
The open bomb. More than 300 were injured. It was the worst single death toll in organised crime.
Andres? Okay, I'm coming.
So you can say there's always been a little green behind the red, white, and blue.
Barely 5 feet. Barely, just barely. Just like a wisp on the nose of 5 feet.
Sana? Pares que tu sea o qué?
Oh yeah, he's a huge collection. I knew the collection. Yeah, I think it's something and he recorded them on the like some photographs as well. I think it's in
approach to human rights. And it includes, of course, civil human rights, economic, social, and cultural rights, rights to development, and human rights. If you seek prosperity,
Alright, music and dance. Sharing the tradition. The Irish love the tune, traveled with them when they left in search of a better life.
Yeah, I'm not knowing what people want into.
Oh wow, look at the river dancing.
really stood out. It's not unfair to say that he was slightly obsessed with it. It was a subject that he kept on returning to again and again and again. And certainly he saw Kelly as the iconic figure.
Dus wel eigenlijk is man kort ook die uitdoest ook al die voor
So guys, right now we are in Dublin, in the capital of Ireland. We just came from the museum. We are going to the Dervish Mall now. And this is the lovely view of the city centre, which you can see. So how are you finding Ireland? Is Ireland good?
Good.
This is Dublin, the capital.
Yeah.
And we just came from the immigration museum, which was telling about how Irish people lived in other countries.
Yeah.
So
After difficult.
So yeah, we just going towards the city center now and the mall.
Where is the mall?
It's just slightly on, so we'll see. Otherwise, we might have to get a direction, maybe.
Booking system. My God, that's great.
What
30밖에 30밖에
의자가 대인이 자꾸 안 해야 돼. 왜 자꾸 바꿨어? 그거는 또 잘라내야 돼. Ya se vivía caro. Only got the board. Era me, porque.
叶子再小一丢丢就可以抓。
No, we're going to just walk.
No, I'm dying.
No, you're going.
Görüyor yani bunu.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. 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 شكرا.
But some things will have to go to Easton's, okay? Braving that.
Yeah. 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 Okay, yeah. No, no, yeah.
Bas karo, turi yun.
Yeah. No.
Hazamata mi?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it is. Yeah. 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 Eh? Eh? Lingus है ना lingus इसका नाम lingus है lingus ना So guys, right now we are in the Jervis shopping centre or mall, which is the biggest mall in Dublin. As you can see, we've got all sorts of shops here. Hey, do you want to eat this?
What is that?
Is
yeah.
ice cream.
Yeah. Ice cream, no, this is the book.
Ice cream. And this is a strawberry.
Which flavor?
Strawberry. We like a strawberry flavor. Yeah, strawberry.
It's juice, eh?
Cigarette.
Oh, sorry.
Julia.
Cigarette to Julia, Only box the board. Era me, okay. Cigarette to Julia, Only box the board. Era me, okay.
So guys, we just came from the Jervis Mall and the security just told us to leave. So what do you think about the security situation?
Yeah.
What do you think about the security situation?
My thing is because rule first ask and then make.
No, what do you think about
Very confusion, right? Very confusion. Because no, listen, they said go out, get out, and give us mobile, and it's no good. Let's go now to the hotel.
Yeah.
We are tired now.
But I think he was a bit confused.
Yeah, I am very confused.
You know, the security person.
Yeah, security, yeah.
Yeah, this was...
Their duties.
Yeah, this was the first time this happened with you.
Yeah, first time happened, but their duty, their job.
Because in other malls this doesn't happen, so it's kind of new to you.
Yeah,
because first time it happened.
Yeah, it's very confusion. I am very confused. Let's go quick now in the hotel. Let's go take the taxi.
Okay, so if you can follow me now.
The old city, they had to pay taxes, they had to go with the laws, which were the outside the walls, didn't pay as much tax, didn't have to abide by as many laws, but you went connected inside, and you had to give them the Druid. The areas outside became known as the living.
Have you been in Dublin for long?
Yeah, this is our first time. So.
In Dublin, so when did you get to Dublin?
Just last week.
Last week, oh yeah, so I thought you were in all around Ireland.
No, we went to Northern Ireland just a few days ago.
Oh, but you've been based in Dublin?
Yeah.
Yeah, got you, understand, yeah. So you maybe know down there is St. Patrick's Cathedral.
Yeah.
Did you go there?
No.
Oh, okay, it's just a few minutes walk down the road. And then you have...
Walking stick.
Okay.
I forget in the airport.
Oh no, disaster.
And my son says, go back and ask from there. What can I do?
That's a very, yeah, I'm not sure. It's probably in the lost and found of the airports. You should be able to get it back.
We were sick in the air. And when we out and forget there. My stick was very expensive.
Oh no, that's a shame. Yeah, well, we're not in a rush anyway, so we can walk whatever pace we want. Like over that direction, that's the Liberties area.
Yeah.
That's where the Guinness storehouse is. Have you gone there?
No.
Okay, cool. And the reason it's called the Liberties because the city wall was over there, and anything outside the city wall was called the Liberties because it was liberty, free from the city taxes. So businesses would usually be outside there. The big business like Guinness, Rowe family who renovated this cathedral, big whiskey distillers, Powers whiskey, they were all outside, technically outside the city, just over there, you know. Which, by the way, is a fantastic Viking. This whole area is very much linked with the Vikings, okay? Fantastic museum. It's just around the corner underneath the archway. You see the flag there. So if you want to do like a deep dive about the Vikings, that's a great place. But like I said, you're going to get lots of information in the Museum of Archaeology as well, which is a really good museum. So this is actually, it's the oldest active building in the whole city. It's been open since 1030, so it's going to be 1,000 years old in the year 2030. And it was actually founded by a Viking king who had converted to Christianity. He had a great name. His name was King Citric Silkenbeard. Can you imagine how good his beard was? So yeah, that's what it was. Now I have to say it wasn't nearly as impressive back then as it is now. That's a renovated version of it. It was renovated in the late 1800s by the family that I just mentioned, actually the Rowe family, R-O-E, who were massive whiskey distillers at the time here in Dublin. At the time, Dublin Irish whiskey there was no competition about what was the best whiskey in the world. Scottish whiskey was still making its name. They weren't at the same level that they are now, you know. And Dublin was the centre of Irish whiskey, and the Rowe family were the big dogs inside Dublin, so they were a huge deal, equal in status to the Guinness family at the time. And they had status battles, so Guinness renovated St. Patrick's Cathedral, and they renovated this one, you know, to see who was the big dog, you know, because that's why when you get rich enough that you start doing things like that, don't you, you know.
Yeah, it's that kind of competition.
Yeah, exactly, status battle. And it's also, it says, we have outgrown our industry, we are shaping the moral and physical identity of the city now. Like, this is how powerful we are. So it was generous, yeah, but it was also power and influence, like visible in stone. So that's the Rowe family stamp on the city of Dublin that you're looking at there. Both cathedrals are Protestant cathedrals, by the way, you know, even though they were the minority on the island for a long time. But Ireland was ruled by the Protestant ascendancy, a very small elite that controlled the land and resources of Ireland for centuries, you know, which we'll talk about much more now as the tour goes on. But yeah, it's quite interesting that they're both Protestant. But it's neo-Gothic architecture. You have the pointed windows, the pointed arches, the flying buttresses, limestone rock, which is the most common rock in Ireland. And you can do visitations in there as well. And there's a crypt underneath as well. So it's actually the biggest crypt in Ireland or Britain is down there. It's actually the second largest in Europe as well. And there's a man, very famous, linked with our relationship with England and the first original links. He's buried underneath there. His name was Richard de Clare, but he's more commonly known by his nickname, which was Strongbow. They had great names back then.
Yeah.
Strongbow. So you maybe know from England, where you live in England, and you saw the Normandy. England was conquered by the Normans about in the 1000s. So that's about 100 years before they came here, you know. So the Normans, they had big links with France and Normandy. So we had and at the time we had lots of small kingdoms, like 120 smaller rival kingdoms in Ireland. Celtic system was very decentralized, okay? So sometimes they'd be fighting amongst each other. So that's what happened here. So in the Eastern Province, there was a regional war, 2 chieftains. The loser, Dermot MacMurrough, so he lost. He went over to England. He went to King Henry II, and he asked, do you have any soldiers for me to help me get my land back? And if you do, then you can inherit the lands when I die. So there's something in it for you as well, you know. But Henry said, no, I don't have anyone for you, but you can go to Normandy, and then you can ask around there, you know. So he went down to Normandy, like asking around there, and he met a guy called Richard de Clare. He was a lord, a Norman lord, better known by his nickname Strongbow. And he said, listen, Strongbow, will you marry my daughter Aoife? Give me your soldiers. We'll come over to Ireland, reconquer my land. And then when I die, which is going to be in many, many decades, because I'm so fit and healthy, you will inherit the lands. Strongbow said, okay, yeah, let's do it. So came over, reconquered the lands. You'll never believe the next part. Mr. MacMurrough died in suspicious circumstances straight away. So Strongbow immediately became the leader. So that's what gave him like the first part. And then King Henry was getting a little bit concerned about the powerful lord out to the west there. So he came over here just for a friendly chat, you know. He had tens of thousands of soldiers behind him. There was a big meeting just outside of Dublin, and no one was actually sure what was going to happen. But do you watch Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
So Strongbow bent the knee. He said, okay, you are still my overlord, King Henry. I'm just looking after the land for you here. You're still the boss, you know. So there was no fight. So King Henry II became the Lord of Ireland, and that was the first initial link with the English crown, and it grew from there. But like I said, it took time. For a long time, it was just the eastern half, and not even the eastern half, like Dublin and the surrounding area. Not a very big area. Ireland was very much covered in mass amounts of forests, really thick, dense forests, big wolves. It was a very different country to what we're in now. So the west of Ireland was like a different world compared to what it is now. You just drive a few hours away. There was no roads, nothing like that, you know. So keep that in mind when you think about the history of Ireland. So yeah, so this whole area is very well known for Viking ruins and excavations. So for example, if you want to follow me here, these are casts of actual artifacts that they found in the area. Bronze casts, so arrowhead. What do you think that is?
It looks like a sword.
Yeah, I think it's a sheath.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is like brooch, right, for the shawl, to keep it together. I'm not sure what that is, to be honest. But it would have been some sort of tool or artifact, you know. And we have a few of these around here, so we're going this way anyway. Sorry. There's another one. Arrowhead as well, obviously. This is some kind of tool, right? You see the pivot there. Maybe like the bellows. It looks to me a little bit like a bellows for fire. Could be like some sort of tinctures, some sort of farming tool. I'm not certain. These look to me like brooches as well, like ornamental things. They would be quite expensive at the time. This, I'm not sure either, right? The big blob, can't really call it. And this, I'm not sure. And there's one more down here. No prizes for guessing this one. This again, some sort of tool.
Yeah, it looks like a tool.
Some sort of scraper.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like a bread knife on it. Probably not that, but it looks a little bit like that. This, I'm always like, what is that? Like a wooden carving, there's engravings on it. Maybe something to work off, maybe something to eat off. Something like this. So yeah, so it's amazing that they found so much around here.
Yeah.
So there's a pub down there called Darky Kelly's where the flags are.
Oh, okay.
It's quite a well-known pub. It's very busy. There's live music there every night. It's quite good, but it does get quite busy, you know.
Yeah.
But there's a famous urban legend about Darky Kelly's. So she was a madam, you know. That was a brothel back in the 1700s, and she was having an affair with. The story goes anyway. She was having an affair with the viceroy, the Lord Deputy. This is the most powerful man in Ireland. It was the king or queen's representative in a colony, and he lived directly across the road there in Dublin Castle. So you can see how that relationship formed, you know. And then, so that was going on for a while, but then turned sour a little bit, okay? There's varying versions of the story. One is that she became pregnant by him. The other is that she was getting too loose-lipped with their relationship. Either way, he became very unhappy with her. He wanted her gone, okay? So he organised that she be accused for witchcraft. She was burned at the stake, which is actually, I know in England it was like quite common. Ireland was not common at all. It didn't really, culturally we're very connected to the land and stuff, and we just didn't really, it didn't catch on to burn women for these kind of ancient knowledge. It's very much who we are. So they were very rare, but this happened to Darky Kelly, and there was a great outrage about this. You know, she's innocent, you know. But then a couple of years later, they were actually like not trying to do renovations and like kind of changing the brothel into something else, and they found 6 dead bodies in her walls and in her floor. So maybe she wasn't as innocent as people were making out to be, you know. And the story goes is that her ghost haunts this whole area. She's called the Green Lady. So if you have enough pints of Guinness and you're walking home alone, you might see her. So just be careful, okay? So, obviously there's only the 3 of us, so at any stage if you want to stop for water or stop to get a coffee, just let me know, we can do that immediately, okay?
Yeah, sure.
You're from Bradford, you said, yeah?
Yeah, Bradford.
Near Leeds, is that right?
Yeah, it's in Yorkshire.
Yeah.
So Leeds is close by.
Do you go there a lot?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, I heard Leeds is cool.
Yeah. So is the Irish Gaelic language widely spoken here?
I'll tell you, it's not very the Irish language. It's not very widely spoken, but it's definitely like surviving very strongly, and it's also getting quite a big boost recently.
Okay.
Around 5% of people speak it.
Yeah.
It used to be almost everybody, but over time that went down and down, especially with something called the Great Famine.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
I want to visit the city hall and then the castle. Where's the
You can't.
entrance?
You're not able because it's closed off. Ireland's the president of the EU Council for the next 6 months, so it's closed to the public.
Oh, so I cannot visit.
Yeah, not for the next 6 months.
The castle?
Yeah, not for the next
Also
6
not?
months. Not yet.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
here I cannot visit it. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, well, just double check for City Hall. I'm almost certain it's closed. Well, you definitely can't visit the castle. I'm pretty sure you can't visit City Hall, but maybe just ask one of the Garda there.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, for 6
So the
months
castle
now.
for sure not.
For sure now, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah,
Thank
no
you.
worries. Yeah, so we were speaking Irish for a long time, but we had something called the famine here. Did you hear about the famine?
Yeah, the famine.
So that was a disaster, and it was almost exclusively Irish speakers that died, you know. So that was like, there's a big like before and after in terms of our language with the famine. So yeah, it went into gradual decline. There was big efforts to re-establish it, and it would be gone now without these big efforts. It's one of the oldest languages in the world, and it still exists. So yeah, about 5%. There's regions away from Dublin where it's the main language. They're called Gaeltacht regions. My friend was up there recently, you know. These are generally in the more rugged mountainous areas of the country because the Irish people were driven onto these lands. This part of Ireland is the best farmland. So this is where the English were. This always where English was more common, even going back like 500 years ago. So that's where, and like I said, it's getting a boost though because there's a band called Kneecap, rappers from Belfast. Maybe you heard about them up there?
Yeah.
They rap in English and Irish, so they've made Irish cool in a way that it's never been cool. You had to learn it in school and stuff. Like people like Kneecap people want to speak Irish now. So yeah, I have like an intermediate level. I can have conversations and stuff. It's very tough language, very complicated.
Yeah, it's like a Celtic language.
Celtic language, yeah. You won't hear another Celtic language being spoken really. Welsh, I suppose, but Welsh and Irish are very different. Irish and Scots Gaelic are quite similar. Welsh is its own thing, you know. But so that's the kind of story with the Irish language. Still surviving. So yeah, like we spoke about, this is Dublin Castle. You don't get the best views of it. If we can cross the road, you get it. The best view we have. So that's it in there. Not the most castle-y castle you've ever seen, right? Because it was a big fire in the 1700s and it was destroyed, okay? So Dublin Castle was originally finished in 1204, so really early on. A lot more wood involved. King John, the nemesis of Robin Hood. And then in the 17th century, there was a big fire. And then a lot of it was destroyed. Then it was rebuilt with the architecture of the time, which was Georgian architecture. So that's where you have big archways, big windows. And so over time, Dublin Castle, wasn't really a fortification because rebellions weren't really coming from Dublin. They were more in the rural areas. It became more of an administration centre and a general living quarters for the Viceroy, his family and his staff as well. So that's why it's more like a building, complex of buildings. And that City Hall, which I just mentioned as well, which used to be like a financial trading centre as well, very much linked with Dublin Castle Civic Centre. My sister got married in there actually a few years ago. Yeah, it was nice. It was a good day. Acoustics are amazing in there. She didn't even need a mic to...
Were they very nice?
Yeah, tall ceilings, really fine looking. So there was a very important courthouse here on the grounds, okay? And the courthouse was seen as being quite biased against the native Catholic population. And that's very much shown by that statue. So that's the Lady Justice, very much linked with courthouses. But she has her back turned to the people of Dublin. That's a very strange way to build a statue. She has her scales of justice, but they're actually slightly weighted onto one side if you look over. And you can't quite see it from this angle, but like Lady Justice usually has a blindfold to show that she's not biased. That one doesn't. And she also, her head is tilted, usually it's tilted towards the scales. But in this statue, she's actually looking at her sword in her other hand because might is right. So one of these in a statue may be a coincidence, but four in the same statue, that's saying something, because when the English expanded, it was also coincided with the splitting of the Christian church, Catholics and Protestants, which I'm sure you heard about in the north. It's very relevant in the north. But that is a big part of our history, unfortunately, is that division and the very poor treatment of the Catholic, the mass Catholic population here. Happened in the north, happened here as well. So we had something called the penal laws, in which Irish people didn't have any civil rights. Basically, you couldn't own land, couldn't vote, couldn't be in politics, no education, language bans, you name it. You know, and this was for a long time. You know, so not a surprise to see the bias of that. So Dublin Castle wasn't always very popular with the Irish people over time, even though everything I just said. It's also where people would be interrogated and tortured as well. So the front area was known as the Devil's Half Acre for a while. So you can see, but it's changing now in the 20th and 21st century, because now we receive heads of state here. So it's a centre of state function generally. So we have big, very important meetings here. The Queen of England visited here in 2011. It was the first time a British monarch had been here in 100 years. When she came here, that was a big moment for the country. The official history between the two countries, kind of trying to draw a line under things that happened, you know. Now we have the president of the EU Council is sitting here as well, which is quite not strange, but like different, because normally we don't have political decisions being made here. That's over by the National Museum of where we're going. Is Leinster House, is where our Parliament is, and our Parliament is very similar. Our system is very similar to the UK system, except we use the Irish terms. So our Taoiseach is the Prime Minister, our TDs, Chuck the Dáil, are the MPs and stuff like that, you know. And we have different parties as well. So yeah, that's the big story with it, you know. And when we have referendums as well, they get announced in the courtyard of Dublin Castle as well. So it's a very important place, and we're building a more positive relationship with it now in the 20th and 21st centuries as well. And then that's our flags there. So that's on the left, the flag of Leinster is the green and the golden harp. In the corner is the flag of Dublin. So Dublin and Leinster. Leinster is the eastern province. We have 4 provinces in Ireland. Leinster, Ulster in the north, Connacht in the west, and Munster in the south. That's our flag. And then that's the EU flag. You probably know that one, yeah. And then just on that as well, so we said the mid-1500s was the expansion. By the start of the 1600s, the northeastern corner of Ireland was the last Celtic part of Ireland. Like clans like O'Neill and O'Donnell were very powerful there. So when the English crown finally took control of that region, they said, right, we're going to do something different here. So they brought over about 40,000 English-speaking Protestant settlers and physically just put them on the land that they'd taken off the Irish. So maybe you heard about this on North, I'm not sure. It was called
the Ulster.
The plantations, very good. Now bear in mind there was far less people in Ireland back then, so that's roughly equivalent to bringing over 200,000 people today, so keep that in mind, you know. So from then on, the majority of people in the northeastern corner of the country were English-speaking Protestants that were loyal to the English crown, not to Ireland. So it's a very key part of our history. It's also why we have Northern Ireland as a separate country now, you know. And then later in that century, there was a big war for control of the English crown between the Catholic King James and the Protestant King William of Orange. Battle of the Boyne was one of the famous victories of King William of Orange. And so he won that. So the culturally British people, they heavily associate with the colour orange. And that's why our flag is green is our colour, orange is their colour, white represents hopes for peace and unity and cooperation between the two groups on the island. So that's explains our flag. Any questions?
No.
I have loads more to tell you anyway, so I'll probably end up answering it for you later in the tour. Okay, we're going to keep walking now. So they're making more and more of Dublin pedestrianised and like.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it's really nice actually. So.
Yeah, it's quite colourful.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so like Parliament Street here, no cars, and Capel Street on the other end, no cars either.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get the odd motorbike, but like generally it's like car free, and yeah, it's a nightmare to drive around Dublin.
It's a bit like the Netherlands.
Yeah.
They use a lot of bikes there as well.
We're trying. I think Netherlands' system is better than ours, but that's what we're attempting to do. Yeah. I cycle around Dublin. It's the best. It's the quickest way. It's the fastest way.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about parking or nothing. And yeah, there is lots of those bars around. Those locks. You know.
Oh, there.
That's a pub that I like. Porterhouse. An amazing selection of craft beers, Irish craft beers, and also European craft beers as well. And their food is good. The beef and Guinness stew is very nice in there. And they have live music as well. And yeah, you can get coffee and sit outside as well. So it's nice. Very left-wing mindset, as you can see. They have like a social events and stuff there. Stuff for like protesting the Gaza stuff, like it was big there, fundraising stuff like this, you know. Happens a lot here at Comedy Books.
It's a bit like Northern Ireland as well. They've got a lot of murals there.
Yeah, loads. That's Connolly. He was a very famous person in the 1910s in Ireland. I'm going to mention him once more now as we go. He's a very important figure in our history. So this whole area is called Temple Bar. Have you heard about? You probably heard about that, right? It's like a very famous district. So it's originally from the 1600s. A man called William Temple owned it. He was a very wealthy man, and it was actually originally very marshy land because the River Liffey is parallel. So he kind of cleaned it all up. He made it. There was a pathway as well. So a bar is another name for a pathway beside a river. So that's where Temple, the family William Temple Bar came from. So that's where it all started from. He was very rich. But then over time, like later in the 20th century, it had actually fallen into a lot of urban decay. So like Dublin was very poor in the 20th century. Like honestly one of the worst slums in Europe. Like really bad. Level of neglect was terrible. You know. So you had like lots of laneways, lots of tenement buildings, like very crowded, very dirty. And eventually in the 1970s, the government said, right, we're going to do something about this. So they said, right, we're going to do mass development. They sold it to CIE, the main bus company in the country. So they bought the land and they were going to make a huge bus complex, the national bus complex, all around this area, okay? A little bit further in here, but it's all counts, okay? But then, you know, they take their time, there's delays, you know, it was taking years for it to happen. So what they did is that they started renting out the individual places to artists and creative people at very low rents because of that, just for a year. So what happened, you know how it goes, you know, this became a cultural hub for the city and it started thriving for the first time. And then when they became ready to actually build a bus depot, there was mass public protests to keep it, you know, and eventually the people won. So now it's the cultural centre of the city, you know. And so yeah, that's how it's a lovely area. It's really picturesque, as you can see. There's loads of like little arts and crafts shops and book shops and lots of places to eat and food. Now the thing is, it also has become the tourist centre of the city as well, and you have high prices come along with that, right? So it's very expensive to buy a pint of beer in Temple Bar, like, and it gets very crowded as well. But it also is lovely, you know. It's also a lovely area, especially in the mornings, like Saturday night. It's a bit wild. But yeah, it's a really nice part of the city, but just be careful about the pricing as well, okay? So yeah, that's why I just wanted to bring you in here so we can walk through it. So this is the most photographed pub in the entire world, because a lot of people hear Temple Bar, they think it's only the Temple Bar. It's called the Temple Bar. There's actually the whole area that's been part of it, you know. So people have been fascinated with this place for a long time. There's always people outside here taking pictures. Someone broke a Guinness World Record in here. The longest person playing guitar continuously happened in here on the Guinness World Book of Records. 114 hours, 6 minutes, 30 seconds this man played. That's commitment to the game. Commitment to the game. So yeah, do you want me to take a picture on your phone?
Yeah.
You don't have to. Yeah? Okay.
Okay.
Yes or no?
Yeah, we'll go.
Okay, we'll. This is like the center of Campbell. We often have like stalls here.
Yeah.
And you see they're setting up one now today. The small markets.
I just arranged for you guys.
Thank you.
Best chicken wings in the whole city. Fantastic. They also are very good for Irish food as well. Actually, Gallagher's box of couch, yeah, very good for traditional food. little bit like an open air museum of the city, which I really like.
Yeah. It's also like different colors as well.
Yeah. So yet women were very important in our independence, you know. Traditionally in the Celtic culture, women were very respected. They could be any role except the ultimate leader could be the woman, you know. So they had very important jobs like being the judges and the poets. Very important poets because it was an oral culture. So the poets would record everything that was happening for the future generations. There was lots of responsibility. So women could do all of them. St. Patrick understood that, you know. So that's why women could be the leaders of monasteries in this country as well in the early Christianity, you know. In our independence movements, they were very, very involved in it, you know. They fought as fully ranking members of the Irish Citizen Army, fully trained, fully accepted. They fought in the 1916 Rising, which I'll tell you now, were very important in the War of Independence, in large part getting information, passing it out as well. Eddie Gregory is someone I really like as well. He's very much linked with W.B. Yeats, if you've heard of him. He's one of our Nobel Prize winners. But she went around the country in around 1905, and she collected a lot of the mythology from the traditional oral storytellers, and she translated them from Irish as well. So it's a very famous book of Gods and Fighting Men, and it really kind of captured and distilled our mythology at a time when it could have been lost. And part of the reason why we have so much still in the present day is because of the work that Lady Gregory did, you know. And that's something I'm very interested in, so I'm just really thankful of her work to like preserve the culture essentially. W.B. Yeats was famously obsessed with her. People of the New History years. So you can see about the Great Famine there. And then the Great Lockout, the Great Dublin Strike and Lockout, which was a very important event in our history. So yeah, this is all a very important time in our history. What led to us becoming independent, you know. So
do you think like Northern Ireland is like an unfinished business? Do you think? Do you think like the whole country should unite?
Yeah, personally I do, and I think it will as well. So the North, I'm going to get to that, right? I'm going to bring you up to that point, okay? But we had big rebellions here in 1798, in 1803. They were both kind of linked with each other. So 1803 was almost like the sequel of 1798. It was launched by the younger brother of the person that launched 1798. So they're like the sequels of each other, you know. Very violent, very intense, scared the English as well because there was a lot of success in it. But then in response to that, they closed down our parliament as well. We had a very limited form of self-government here. They closed it down, okay? And they started running Ireland directly from London and Westminster. This was disastrous for Ireland, you know, because the Irish people were not allowed inside the political system. Irish-speaking Catholics, completely frozen out.
So there was like a certain hierarchy.
Massive hierarchy, yeah. And then when we didn't even have anyone that lived in the country making decisions, it was really bad. So it got really bad in the 1800s. It was like one of the worst centuries we've had, you know. And then that was shown by the famine on Gorta Moor. The famine is not accurate because we were a net exporter of food throughout the Great Famine. So on Gorta Moor is more accurate, which it means the Great Hunger. Okay. So Irish farmers, like I said at the start, they've been driven off the good land of the east onto the rough mountainous land. The soil is very acidic, so they needed a crop to grow that would grow quickly, that would grow close together, that would grow well in acidic soil and was dense enough in calories to keep them alive. There's only one crop that fit that description, that was the potato. Then in 1845 until 1849/52, the last 2 years there was partial harvest, so it's still really bad. The potatoes failed. Now the thing is, there was, like I said, there was lots of food here, but the British Empire had different contracts to be maintained around the empire, and the elites in England and Westminster, they didn't care one jot what was happening to the Irish people in a different country that was outside the system. This is how politics works, you know, it's all like give and take. Irish have nothing to give them. So that's why things got so bad. So it was absolutely devastating here. Over a million people died in like really unspeakable circumstances, is the word I always use, because I can't ever put words to the suffering that happened to the people. Like, and then over 2 million people fled the country in 1 decade. So that was a 40% population loss here in this country. That was the second time we had a 40% population loss. A man called Oliver Cromwell was responsible for another one in the mid 1600s. So yeah, that had massive far-reaching consequences on our culture, on our history. It still lives with us today. You know, it's Irish language was deeply hit by that. You know, but it also I don't think we'd be independent without the famine having happened, because there was so much trauma involved in that. You know, so then in the second half of that century, there was a big push to re-establish our independence from the UK, re-establish our culture, our language, our music, everything. So you had like the Land League there being mentioned, trying to get more rights for tenant farmers, because at the time we had 0 rights. So that the landlords, Irish people, couldn't pay the rent because there was no food out of the ground. They just burned them out of their homes and put them out into the winter. So like there's debate about whether it's genocide because the English killed them or did the weather kill them, but if you burn them in their homes and leave them in the cold weather, you probably killed them, right? So it's debatable, but a lot of people here feel like it was a genocide that happened here. So yeah, Land League was trying to get more rights for the Irish people in terms of more land rights. Quite careful there. And then you had in America the Irish Republican Brotherhood, or the Fenians, nicknames. Were founded among the Irish diaspora in America. They eventually became like the IRA and stuff that you heard about much later on. They were a primary force that fought for independence. We'll come on down here. So again, that's out in America, you know, and then there was lots of support and finances coming back. So remember, Irish people went to America, they were no longer under this like oppressive rule. So if they were talented or they were committed to something, they could actually rise up in society. So that's what happened. The Irish rose up very quickly in America because they were not stopped like they were here. So then you had a huge amount of support in many different aspects coming from America then later on, and I think that's a huge part of our independence. That's a big part of the story. So that brings us into this second half, okay? And then you had after the rebellions, there was a push to get more like more freedom, but like a political, peaceful way. Essentially pushing for something called home rule, which you see mentioned here. Which would have given us, basically, we would be like Scotland or Wales today. It's just a limited form of independence with international matters. So that was a whole thing in the later half of the 1800s. A man called Daniel O'Connell, who I'll show you a statue of him around here. He was very important in that. When he died, then Charles Stuart Parnell took over that, you know. And yeah, O'Connell was organising mass public protests, like hundreds of thousands of people meeting in open air buildings. They were the largest ones in the whole world at the time. And he was showing the power of peaceful movements, you know. He became elected into the British Parliament as a Catholic for the first time in centuries. There was a law against it, and there was so much popular will that the British government allowed it to happen because they feared another rebellion. So he achieved a lot, you know, but then it kind of petered out. He was going to have a massive meeting in Clontarf, where the battle was, and the British said if he had that meeting, they would open fire. And so he basically, like, he's backed down. And then they arrested him, they put him in prison. And then he died, and his whole life and career petered out, and there was a great sense of bitterness about it, because it's like, after all, and he died in like right in the middle of the famine, so like after all that, the results of that were the famine. So this is why people then lost faith in large part as we came into the 20th century in the political means of and home rule, because even by the time we got to the 1900s, we were in a worse position than we'd started in the 1800s, you know. That's why things got violent again, you know. So it's actually preceded by here the Great Lockout, 1913, the purple one. And so this was workers' strikes because the workers were treated so poorly in the city and they were being attacked in the streets. So they formed a militia to look after themselves called the Irish Citizen Army. And they were a very important part of our history as well. You had James Connolly, who I mentioned as well, was very important. Jim Larkin, very important. Again, the lockout, the strike and lockout, the workers essentially failed. After 5 months, they went back to work. But it was a massive moment in our history that showed that the workers would no longer be bullied. They had the right to unionise. And if the ruling class wanted to treat them so poorly, there was going to be a fight about it. So things improved from there, even though the strike itself in the moment failed, you know. The Irish Citizen Army was the first ever militia force to protect workers against the state in the world, okay? And they ended up launching among others, to launch the 1916 Easter Rising, which is around here somewhere probably. Yeah, it's all around here. I want to give you a few minutes to read this yourselves as well, in a couple of minutes, so it'll help put it together. So in a few minutes I'm going to give you a couple of minutes, okay? But just in broad strokes, you know. The 1916 Rising was a Dublin-based rebellion. And there were several locations, but the most famous was on O'Connell Street, just across the river there. And Padraig Pearse, one of the main leaders, read out the Proclamation of the Irish Republic, which laid down the whole island of Ireland for the people of Ireland, regardless of your religion. It was a huge idea. It remains the dream of Ireland today, as you can see from our flag. So the flag, that green, white and orange flag was flown, you know. And he had the famous line in that: the right of the people of Ireland to the ownership of Ireland is sovereign and indefeasible. The long usurpation of that right by a foreign government has not extinguished that right, nor can it ever be extinguished except for the destruction of the Irish people. So we're really laying the marker down about what this meant. Like, we would never stop. And he also had the famous line, "Ireland unfree shall never be at peace." He said that at a graveside oration at a time when it was banned to speak in that way. It was in the few months before the Rising. He said there was a famous Republican had died, and it was kind of, like I said, risky to say these things. He stepped up and he said they think that they have pacified Ireland. They think we'll come down here. They think that they have purchased half of us and intimidated the other half. They think they have provided against everything, sinned against everything. But the fools, they have left us our Fenian dead, and while Ireland holds these graves, Ireland unfree shall never be at peace. That's kind of famous speech in our history. So the Rising happened, but it wasn't successful, okay? But there was hundreds killed. The leaders, including Pearse, were executed for treason, but they became martyrs for Irish freedom, and their names are still remembered to this day. And in the end, then we had the War of Independence in 1919 till the end of 1921, in which at the end of that, it was agreed that the country would be partitioned into countries. 26 became the Irish Free State, which had some very minor links to Britain, like being in the British Commonwealth and pledging a verbal oath of allegiance to the Crown. But they were going to leave. They were going to be, apart from that, a totally independent country, both domestically and internationally. So just some minor links. But 6 counties in the north became Northern Ireland, a separate country with a 2/3 Protestant majority. And that would be a Protestant state for a Protestant people. Okay? So it's very noisy. But the issue with that is that there would be a 1/3 Catholic minority taken into it. And they were going to be treated very poorly because, like we said, that's what was happening here. So that continued in Northern Ireland in the 20th century. And that's maybe what you heard of with the Troubles, the bombings and stuff, late 60s to the late 90s. Now again, usually in our history, things only get violent when the Irish have already tried to do things peacefully. So that you can see that what happened with the whole Home Rule movement, which was blocked and shut down, and then we had the violence at the start of the 20th century. It was the same in the north. In the whole of the 1960s, there was a peaceful civil rights movement. They were copying a lot of what Martin Luther King was doing, but they were being attacked in the streets, being killed. So eventually they got violent again. So that's something that we don't always talk about. It's always preceded by peaceful movements that are blocked. So so the north then was founded, and then eventually after 30 years of war from the late 60s to the late 90s, it was agreed that the north would stay in the UK, which was a big loss for the Irish paramilitary forces, but it was agreed that all the structural discriminations against the Catholics had to be removed. And if the people of Ireland in the future chose to unite the country, we were free to do that ourselves. So the government in London would step out of that process, so they're no longer involved in that, you know. So that's been a structure in place for almost 30 years. It's never really been an issue, but now it's becoming topical because for several reasons. The north, the demographics of the country have changed, so it's just over half are culturally Irish people now, as opposed to 1/3 when it was founded. They're more likely to vote for the United Ireland, okay, because that was the original dream, you know. And then Brexit was a big deal. So Northern Ireland actually voted as a country to stay in the European Union. They're outvoted by the rest of the UK. So there's a huge amount of people there in the country that they're outside the EU, they don't want to be.
No.
So reunification would allow them back into the European Union. It's a really big deal for culturally British people that would now vote for that, you know. And Ireland was a very Catholic country in the 20th century, so they were like a second government. So Protestants did not want to become a religious minority in a country that was dominated by the Catholic Church. But that's really much changed now. We're becoming a very secular country. So it's not a scary place for Protestants to be in anymore compared to 50 years ago. So there's a lot of moving parts, but they're all leading towards unification over time, I think. So that's why over time I think it's inevitable. When, I'm not really sure. But I think within 20 years I think it's going to happen.
Yeah,
so not that long, not that far away. Okay, I think I would like to give you a few minutes to read whatever you want on this. I'll stand over here, and then when you're ready, we can continue. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
So it's totally up to you. You just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah.
That's our national symbol, and it's linked with our mythology. There was an ancient god called the Dagda, and the Dagda had a magical harp, and that made warriors forget their fear before they went into battle. And then Brian Boru was a great high king. He united a lot of the clans against the Vikings in 1014, which you're going to see much more about later in the museum. And he used a harp as a symbol to unite the clans. So because the Irish won that battle, harp then took on another layer of cultural significance in the country. So that's why it's still our national symbol today. Only country in the world with a musical instrument as their symbol. So it's called O'Connell Bridge. It's like the main bridge of the whole city. That's Daniel O'Connell up there. That's who we mentioned. He was known as the Liberator because he got those anti-Catholic laws removed. He forced Catholics to be allowed in the British Parliament for the first time in centuries. Very big guy, inspired a lot of hope. As you can probably imagine, Irish people were very run down and had lost belief in themselves over so many centuries of oppression. But he carried himself, had a great impact on people, you know. And a great pacifist, which is how people like Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King both referenced him as great inspiration. So he's honestly one of the greatest peaceful leaders of the whole 1800s, not only in Ireland. Huge figure. that's called the halfpenny bridge, for halfpenny down there, because you have to pay half a penny to be able to go across. This is O'Connell Street, named after Big Daniel O'Connell. This will be the main thoroughfare of the north side of the city. So the River Liffey divides the city into north side and south side. Traditionally, there was a socio-economic divide as well. The north side being more Catholic, more poor; the south side being more affluent, more Protestant. Generally, it's a general rule. It's not. There's parts. It's a general rule. It's not fully accurate, but yeah, you can see it. And when you see over here, it's a really nice. You can see the affluence compared to this side. I'm from this side of the city, so it hurts me to say that, but there's a lot more money spent around here over the centuries. You can feel it, you know. Go up to this corner because it's quite a long walk relatively for myself. So we'll start heading towards the museum instead of away from it. Okay, so I'll bring you up to this corner. Centerpiece is this spire here. In place of a Nelson's pillar. Admiral Nelson was here for a long time. It actually got blown up during the Troubles. Irish paramilitaries blew it up, so it was empty for a long time. And then you had the spire was built in 2003. And it's supposed to represent the limitless potential of Dublin and Ireland. It's not very popular. Some people just say, look, it looks like a giant needle. It's a good meeting point because you can see it from most places in the city. It's 120 meters tall. But overall, yeah, not that popular with the Irish people. It doesn't really fit the street, right? It's the only modern thing on the street. But it is, that's like the center point of the city, you know. So yeah, I'm gonna bring you back across the bridge. I'm gonna bring you towards the National Museum of Archaeology now. walk through the grounds of Trinity College as well.
Yeah.
Kind of on the way. Gorgeous campus. Do you have plans for the rest of the day?
Not much really.
I'll give you some recommendations as well at the end. Are we all good? You for a coffee or a snack or something?
No, we've eaten.
Okay. Where did you go?
We just had some breakfast in like a cafe.
Ah, yeah. So that's the grounds of Trinity College in there, okay? That's our #1 ranked university. We're going to take a walk just through the campus. We can take a shortcut through the campus just so I can show you it. But yeah, it's very well regarded, you know. A lot of famous people like Jonathan Swift, he's a very famous author. Oscar Wilde as well, if you heard of him, another famous writer. Bram Stoker, who wrote Dracula. Seamus Heaney, he won a Nobel Prize winner for literature. Several members of the Guinness family, they all attended here. And this building here was the Parliament of Ireland before they closed it down in 1801. So it's a very fine building there. It's in the central bank as well. There's a Seamus Heaney exhibition. And in the middle there is Éireadh. And the country, the Irish word for Ireland is Éire, named after Éireadh. Celtic deity linked with sovereignty.
Agora com quanto é que é? Yeah. No bicycle path.
Campus, isn't it?
Yeah, that's very nice. Columns are like Greek temples.
Yeah, very good. Neoclassical, I think it's called. One in here, one of the main, but it's so ugly. One of the new ones. It's called brutalist architecture because it's absolutely brutal, I think. It's nice, isn't it?
Nice, but I
Yeah, okay. We're yeah, true that. We're heading towards the museum anyway soon, so that's going to be our final stop. So, have you ever heard of the Book of Kells?
No.
It's a very famous Bible. It's 1,200 years old. It's a mixture of Celtic culture and Christianity. So the symbolism is Celtic and stuff. It's one of it's one of Europe's greatest artifacts, and you can actually go and see it in there. So that's the gate. So you need to buy the tickets online. You also have, as part of the experience in there, you see the long room library, which has been open since 1732. So it's one of the oldest libraries in the world. So as part of your experience as that. So I actually really recommend that, by the way. It's like €28, I think, but you can also do a guided tour, and it's more expensive, but you have a guide to tell you everything about it, you know. Yeah, it was written on an island called Iona between Ireland and Scotland. And Viking raids, they took it to Ireland then, and Kells, it's placed in the centre of the country, and moved here in 1661, so it's really fantastic. Bit of a slope here. You want to take a couple of minutes rest?
No, you can go.
Are you sure?
Are you sure?
You will come back in this way?
No, like so the National Museum of Archaeology is up there. It's not too far. And
Up
then
there?
yeah.
It's too hard for me.
and then you're free to do whatever you want once you get inside there. There's seats there as well.
You will come back and pick me up and go.
Pick you up on my shoulder.
I am saying.
Oh no, yeah, it's better to stay together because we don't come back this way.
Yeah.
The tour finishes in the museum. You see, so I think if you can get there, you can take a rest there. It's not too far away. It's like 10 minutes from here maximum. This is the worst part. Yeah, I know you're not used to having no stick. Yeah, that's a good question.
I think I can read them because maybe nobody takes.
Yeah, if it's in the airport, they'll have it. Did you say maybe it's in the taxi? No.
It's in the airport.
In the airport, yeah. To the airport? Yeah. From O'Connell Street to Main Street we were on.
Sí, 20 kilómetros. Como 2000.
Voy camino, listo.
Pará, y aparte otra cosa, también eso. Vos pensás que para bajar de peso, vos los primeros, por ahí vos caminás todos los días, una hora todos los días, ponele, y comés bien todo. Los primeros 6 meses no va a cambiar nada. Vos dices, bueno, vos ya tenés un nivel, la próxima vez una semana. En una semana no vas a empezar a adelgazar. Ahora tenés, lechuga, como tomate, no como calorías. Eventualmente vos vas a empezar a generar más músculo y la panza se te va a ir
One final hill. And a few deep breaths now, okay? Because we have one final hill. This one. Pretty slight. Not the worst hill. And then we're going up there. See where the traffic light is, basically. actually our decision-making centre. It's Leinster House. So it's basically Westminster, you know. You obviously the news reporters here talking right here. Politicians coming in and out. Does she make this? Yeah, easy. So yeah, it's been open since 1890. It's a beautiful building. Like you saw at Trinity, kind of that neoclassical style. The atrium when you walk in here is fantastic. There's a National Library across the road on the other side as well. Obviously you can't go in here. How about I give you a little tour? I just show you the layout of the place. You wait here and then I can bring you out here and then you can enjoy it yourselves then for as long as you want. Does that sound good? Okay, we'll come back in a few minutes. It's gorgeous, isn't it? So you want to take a left here. It's the oldest stuff, prehistoric stuff.
So guys, this is where we are stopping for the day today before we get our coach to Belfast, which will be tonight. So yeah, this is the room where we are staying. It's got an AC, and yeah, it's a quite decent place. As we were so guys, as we came to our hotel room, I was just going to add a bit more that we had a strange experience in Dublin today. Apparently we were stopped by the security in one of the malls, which is very unusual because this has never happened to us in other parts of Europe, and the security staff told us to leave. We were just minding our own business and just looking around, and so yeah, that was a very strange experience, but we ended up following the order and left. There wasn't really much we were going to do anyway in the mall, so yeah, we ended up leaving, and that was very strange. There's a lot of perception here that in Ireland people are very many people view this, I don't know if it's true, but many people say that there's a lot of racism here towards ethnic minorities, especially people that come from Pakistani heritage. So this was something that we were also told. So it's kind of, of course, racism is a global issue. It's not like as if Ireland is the only place where racism exists. Many places many places in the world have racism issues, but you know, being stopped at a mall, you know, is kind of unusual. You know, being told not to record or just being told to leave, and you know, it's kind of unusual because it's supposed to be a public space, and yeah, that was a very unusual encounter. But yeah, we are here today in our hotel room, and we are going to get a coach tonight to Belfast. So we'll hopefully keep you updated on that. So see you guys hopefully later on. Hey guys, so today we are in Belfast in Northern Ireland, and this is the part of Ireland that is divided, and it's the only part of the country where there's a separate currency, and they are part of the UK, so they use a pound here. And there's been a lot of tension here in the past, you know, lots of tension between the English and the Irish and Protestants and Catholics. So there's a lot of you know, past history where they had the troubles. So today we are going to join a group tour, and you know, we'll show you a bit of the historical background of how Ireland became a divided Iceland. Another thing I find interesting about Northern Ireland is that all the talk about immigration that's happening in Europe and in the UK, it sort of relates with the situation here, you know, with all the tension that is happening with foreigners and people of different backgrounds coming and immigrating. This sort of relates with the history of this island, and you know, the tension that happened in the past. So this is very, very connected to the history of what is happening today in the world and what happened in the past.
इसलिए सारा Burning the stone smell of smoke, and there are no train because there is no electricity. उसमें आग लगी थी. Bottle.
This is when the conflict was happening between Irish Catholics and English Protestants.
Exactly. I was very happy.
Oh.
I was just looking at the cake.
Oh, yeah,
Use it when you give it back. That was
No, you don't like
The last person.
Yeah?
Which one?
This one.
Oh, dua. Dua. On करो.
Itu.
हो जाए.
Itu.
Yeah, इसकी. इसकी द. ये करना
some of the other things that we've done in New York City, and they've got a big pipeline and also Hello, St. George's Hall in Bradford. I know St. George's Hall in Bradford. Yeah, I played there. There's a lot of information on this walking tour, and I walk reasonably quickly, okay? So, listen, guys, if you can turn yourselves on here, okay? Can I show you the French dress?
इधर करना
If you turn it on, can I just show you how these work? Can I man? This goes back like this. Okay, you've all worked it out. You've all worked it out. So far, so good. So far, good. Everybody okay? Turn it on, the on-off button's on the top. I haven't turned mine on yet. Okay. Let me do that for you, kiddo. Where you're from?
You're far away from that.
That's not the familiar sound. Do you know why I know all the community workers? Because when I started to walk regularly into this area, they made which wasn't used by the BBC, and it loses the name of the British Broadcasting Corporation. To the right is the show of the chief, the report. I cannot totally understand what that was. I never charged That's how people remember. And the lovely Theresa May. Democratic Union. They hold power. Now the other side of Presbyterians, radical free thinkers, epitomised by this lady here, with the symbol on her head, Mary and Attendant. One of them redoubtable women with a rod of steel through her that you wouldn't mess with. In her hand she has a leaflet opposing slavery. The only reason her statue is here is the demographics in Belfast. When this was completed in 1906, it was 2-1 British to Irish. Now in Belfast, it's approximately 51% Irish. Put that this way. Command to start. Hello. I'm your icon. There's a fact about Belfast that people don't appreciate. It's actually a very pleasant city. It's like Rome, except it's better. Surrounded by hills overlooking the sea. A poet said Belfast is walled by mountains, moated by the seas, undermined by deposits of history. And it's obviously full of outrageously good-looking men. It is a bringing this lovely woman with me in front of her. I'm not an object. You can take a train down to Helen's Bay from here, 20 minutes. You're at the beautiful beach. Anybody do the cold water swimming? Do they? I do the cold water swimming. Ask me where I swim. In the water. But you could try it down there. You know, it's a really pleasant city. This is a good example of the radical period. We have a librarian here. Where's the librarian? Well, this is I'm a member of this. It's a private, but you can go in and do tours of it. This is what's called the Linen Hall Library. It used to be based in the White Linen Hall in Stephen. But the real title of the library is Belfast. local people here? Has anybody met local people? Yes. How have you found the local people?
On the pub?
Yeah, but how have they been with you? Welcoming. Most people think that. You find people here are really helpful. They'll help you whether you want help or not. Which sort of begs the question, in a place full of lovely people, how come we the Civil War where 3,500 people died? That's why there's information. This tour's about that. It's not what you think it is, it's about looking underneath it. And I'm going to show you the walls and murals in church, but what I'm also going to show you, contain your excitement, is a post box. Woo! A 24-hour garage. Woo! Contain your excitement. And not one, but 2 leisure centres, because there's a bigger story to be told. If you were flying a French tricolour in 1791, you were communicating to the English Lord. What's your first name? Lord Rory of Leeds. You're sending Lord Rory of Leeds a strong, easily understood message. Do you know what the message is, Rory? Cut your head off. They want a revolution like the French. It's their town, they're the majority, they trade, they're economically wealthy, they're building ships, they're going to industrialise. They're economically powerful, but they are heavily discriminated against because the English Anglicans do not trust them. If you're saying, I get my power from God, that's my posh English persons, and there's a whole load of Scottish Presbyterians running around. Does anybody watch The Simpsons? I like to think of them like groundskeeper William the Simpsons, or you know, the Scottish football supporters with their kilts and bagpipes and hairy legs and red beards. I get my power from God. No, you don't. You're a threat. You're challenging their authority and their legitimacy. Weddings aren't recognised, restrictions on property ownership. You can't pass on land to your son. And you can't complain about it because although it's a democracy, it's only for the English Anglicans. You know how that works. All men are, in America, all men are created equal. Unless you're black, we can still own them. What about women? No. Catholics, no. It would have happened in Algeria. It's happened, you know, Aboriginal people in Australia weren't recognised as humans until the 60s. There's 2 consequences. 150,000 leave and go to North America, some to Canada, most to the United States. From that number, 12 directly become presidents, 24 indirectly. If I say to anybody from the States or Canada, give me a John Hancock, it's your signature. People always think the big link between Ireland and America is Irish Catholics like Canada. It's the Scots-Irish. Those who stayed are radicalised by the French and American revolutions. It's leading to a revolution, not what the statement is. And it leads to the formation of the first Irish Republican movement, Society of United Irishmen, founded in Belfast in 1791. It goes across Belfast and Ulster, and it goes across this island, and it leads to the 1798 rebellion, which feels they're not organised and they're waiting for the French. We've never forgiven you, who don't come in enormous numbers. That has a legacy to this day. We never forget here. Our major Irish Republican Party, believing in a sovereign, free, unified Ireland, Sinn Féin, that's Irish. The name translates as ourselves alone. Never rely on other people. Now here's the first twist. You know when I said most Irish are Catholic, most British are Protestant? The first Irish Republican movement, the people who founded it, Belfast and Ulster, 100% Protestant, 97% Presbyterian. And their motto reflected that. For Catholic, Protestant, English Anglican, Dissenter, Scottish Presbyterian, all for one for all. Then this makes rational sense if you think about it. The Catholic Church is saying everything is preordained. The free-thinking Presbyterians are going, no, we're not going to put up with that. It is a tragedy in Irish political history that didn't work, because they were people of principle. Since then we've had some people of principle, but we've also had a vicious ethnic feud with religious overtones. Okay, so you can all follow me, okay? You can all follow. So we're going to come down this way. Okay?
You got one of those bigger bullets?
There's a history of mass immigration. That's why the Irish are everywhere. In Leeds. I would be surprised if we didn't have Irish background. Yeah. I'd be really surprised. That's why the Irish are everywhere. And what was left behind was a third world country. I'm not saying that horribly. There was no infrastructure, no marshal plan for Ireland. It used to take 4 hours to drive from here to Dublin in the 1990s. What was also left behind was trauma. Because not only are you starving to death, it's your fault you're starving to death, you're lazy, you're stupid, you're feckless. You know these cliches that go along with that form of exploitation. I was a student in London and I said to these guys from the south of England, let's go for a drink. They went for one fucking drink. When somebody from Belfast says you're going for a drink, you mean at least 7. Because they're talking like a washing machine. Which is great, we like a good time, but the other side of it, there's nobody in this town from whatever side, nobody in Belfast, Ulster, Ireland, nobody of any Irish background who doesn't know somebody with under his hand a serious brain property. Not going to tell me. Nobody ever does. It destroys lives. We have a saying, one drink's one too many. Trauma's a thief in this story. 1871 they built the town halls here in this road. Red brick, Victorian, 1888 when Victoria says, I now make you a city. I now make you a city. You could have used the old town hall. They want to make a statement. This is it. This is, in today's values, about £400 to £500 million of what can best be described as Victorian bling. You know the rappers that have the jewellery? This is bling. Nouveau riche, we've arrived. We're bigger and richer than Dublin. And the next thing they're saying is Belfast are British. Queen Victoria out front. Then is now, we don't have politics here, socialist, conservative. We have a head count, Irish, British. It's all that matters. It's like France and the Quebec situation. And it mattered at that time because it was moving towards home rule for Ireland. Ireland will rule itself, but most importantly, remain part of the British Empire, intact Ireland. Now the British in the north, the Unionists, they don't want that. They have the place sewn up. But there's also a genuine, well-founded fear of a unified Catholic Ireland. There's opposition to home rule. Serious opposition. They form a militia, a man called Partition. The long and short of it is, they create Northern Ireland. And when they create Northern Ireland, they only take 6 of the 9 counties of the province of Ulster. I mean, what's up with doing those counties? What about Donegal, Cavan and Monaghan? Why aren't they included? Too many Irish. It's designed on a racial sectarian head externally, and internally it is gerrymandered, it is rigged. So that the British will always have the majorities in parliamentary seats. The Irish all live in West Belfast because they were forced to, they were pogroms, and the police were involved. The police were never neutral here. If the Irish were getting a little bit uppity, that's a nasty little word in English. It comes from the southern states of America. When black people were getting above their station and using it deliberately. They're showing a lesson. The McMahon family murders in the 20s, Sergeant Nixon from Musgrave Street Police Station went in and killed every male, including the 14-year-old boy. It wasn't behind the door. They came back the next day with the police order. The police were never neutral. That's why after the Good Friday Agreement they were changed from the RUC to the Police Service of Northern Ireland to try and get more Irish. When the Parliament building at Stormont was opened, has anybody seen the Parliament building at Stormont? This is another incredible colonial statement. It's 365 feet long, 1 foot for every year. I mean, the opulence, it's 1 mile up the driveway to the main entrance. It's beyond compare. It was described as a Protestant parliament, systemic discrimination against the Irish minority, jobs, social provision, housing, ongoing small IRA campaigns, Irish Republican Army, terrorists or freedom fighters and use their own destructive, believing in a unified Ireland. But they little or no support. The last IRA campaign was from 1950 to 1962, and they all went give up. They all went give up. They actually issued a statement saying, we have to work. What do you want? they said, the IRA said, well, we've no support. Now this is really important because at the start of the conflict there was no IRA. The boogeyman, not really, there's a few men who have been soldiers with guns. The boogeyman didn't exist. So the protest went overground to the Northern Ireland Civil Rights Movement, based on that founded in America by Martin Luther King. A lot of liberal British kids involved, but the main leader was a woman called Bernadette Pagan. Wonderful. Bernadette Pagan was the most intelligent person I've ever met. She was an MP at 19. Her parents had died, surrogate mother to her teenage brothers. One of them, working class girls, 19, going on 37. Thorn in the British state side, which is why they tried to kill her. But I've created a new word for this, which you can't read. You know the Epstein case, when it's found hanging, when you're a threat to the state to be Epstein. The civil rights movement are perceived as trying to bring Northern Ireland into a Catholic unified Ireland. You have the ingredients: resentment, fear, ignorance, discrimination. You always need somebody to stir the pot. There's plenty of them going around this world at this moment in time. Step forward, the Reverend Ian Paisley, a fundamentalist preacher who emerged in the late 50s. He spent his whole life trying to become Prime Minister of Northern Ireland, which he succeeded after the Good Friday Agreement. And the way he did that was whip up fear, resentment, play to mobs, base allegations. He started in the 50s. By 64, he'd engineered a riot over a flag. 66, a young Irish person killed. And the civil rights movement was constantly attacked visibly. On a march from here to Derry, you know Derry? Over to Derry girls coming in. They're led into a trap by the police, and mobs literally beat them off the road. We're on the edge, and it slips over in August 1969 after Arms Bridge. Mobs go into Derry. They're held out, 78% Irish, and then mobs go into Belfast. Now, one of the key demands of the civil rights movement was one man, one vote. Because up until 1972, there wasn't one man, one vote. One man, one vote. If you know that you're of Irish background, you're the minority of English people. Most English people's jaws drop to the ground. Professors of history don't know that, PhD students. It worked like this. If you own your own house and take a fancy and you pay your own tax, you get a landlord for 7 houses, get 7 other plus his own. And that meant up in Derry, 78% Irish, no middle class. They were living in Victorian slums. And the cancer would just be gone for a car. That was the root of it. So Paisley engineers, and they go into Derry, and then mobs stream into Belfast, August 59. Alex after Orange Bridge, or 200 hours. On the 15th of August 1960, 4 people were killed, and on the 16th of August 1960, thousands of soldiers were on the streets. They thought they would be here for 2 months. Hey, Grumpy! Here, no, look at me. Better for seeing you. If we like you here, we insult you. We insult you. With a piece of chain to come here. The soldiers thought they'd be here for 2 months. They were here for 28 years and never really went anywhere. I'm trying to explain that what this story is about. So can you understand me? Everybody, I know you're translating. You know we're going to put it. Come down this way. Stated policy was to make this uneconomic for the British, so they started the war in 1977. There was a strong stream of Irish into the British Empire. And it's important because when you have any nationalist movement underpinned by religious basis, you're on your way to fascism. You're an Irish Catholic nationalist. Whatever it is, when you've got the religious basis, gives you a really good reason for doing the work of doing all things. Well, that's what they do. It's what they did with the miners in England. They never took their property. 50 years after the fact, mistakes were made, a few bad apples. Now, they weren't that far off. There's a factor here people do not appreciate. Once one or two people die, once people's blood's up and they're actually revenge, it comes to play them for social paths,
Pues tanto figure na sa sate. Not today.
Involving the potions and prophecy, went to Angola, he was a mercenary, was involved in that because he was executed. It becomes a place of psychopath, completely blood in the middle of 1972, you can see why I have it here. In the middle of 1972, the provisional IRA planted 22 bombs in Belfast City Centre. Now that to me is psychotic. The security services go down there, they couldn't do a bomb assault for that, and the result was 9 human beings were being sprayed up in black across the town. Bloody Now, the IRA didn't mean that. They thought this was British dirty trips. Britain was not above dirty trips. If you haven't heard of Bloody Friday, you definitely will not have heard of the Dutch Parliament. Have you heard of the Dutch? Surprised you haven't. More people were killed in the Dutch December 71 going into 72, but they were Irish. Not every death gets the same coverage. It's 20 minutes walk from here. Working class bar, Irish area. British royalists, loyal to the crown, plant the bomb on a busy Friday night with no intention of doing anything other than killing as many as they can. And they do. They succeed. They kill 15. Now the army and police make it done. They made up a story. It was an IRA. And they were making a bomb. Like that's how it was. Basically untrue, but it works. People want to do their lives with their bread. Why did they do that? It's hard for the problem. Dark propaganda on the blues, that's what happened. There were no dirty tricks on Robert Clark. Both sides met after Good Friday Week. Human beings panicked. There was blind panic, 22 bombs. You planted bombs in the city centre, people will die. The Abercorn March 72 fish and chip restaurant will show you the site. Saturday afternoon, tackle women and kids, IRA bomb, warning, no warning. It didn't matter. There's 115 people badly injured, 2 people, women blown to smithereens. You planted bombs in the city centre, people will die. Mind you, you give a nervous 19-year-old kid in a uniform a gun and telling people out to kill him. Don't be surprised when he starts shooting. To protect the city centre, they put a ring of steel around it, literally tall gates. It was closed off. Access was controlled at key points. If you can imagine airport security, it was basically the same. So what back there? Après ça, ils vont mettre en position. And what did you do? You'd walk up. Now you'd have your bag. You'd get searched. You wouldn't have a lot of junk in your bag. I just moved back to this. You don't give a shit. You have it empty, you want to have it in the city centre. That search journalist. Hello. Thank you. Hello. Good to see you. Women are searched by female searchers. That bag, shopping, handbags, brands, or whatever. It is second nature to them. The first day I was a student in London, I went into the boots and chemists. You know what I did? Put up my hands to be searched. And I remember feeling embarrassed, you know, when you're put your hands and you think everybody's looking at you. Now, the only reason I ended up in London was thanks to the wonders of the British welfare state and the 1948 education. My father was an alcoholic, my parents separated, I grew up in a council estate. I'm telling people that Americans, I'm a right-wing Americans personally, single mother, on welfare, in the college. Got kicked out of the Catholic grammar school, went to a tough school here. Teachers were amazing, got 3 A levels in a year, and good grades, and there was no work. So me and my mates went to London, we slept rough. There was no work here, your face got a thing. And in London, I got jobs in bars and building society. In London, I met an Italian girl. Look at me with the Italian girlfriend. I think I deserve a round of applause for that. Give me a high five. Give me a high five. Not the women. No. I'm a feminist.
I feel like that I might work.
It was a very chaste relationship, you know, and she went back to Italy, and I seen an advert to study law, so I did a degree in law. Very left-wing poly, North-East London poly. And the only reason I did that was for my mother, because she got to be letters to Mr. McLean. We were human. We got free dinners, my brother and me, and we were absolutely humiliated getting it. We went hungry. You know this, you're giving out, I absolutely despise it. I'll tell you one thing though, I realised we got off lightly. I seen an edge to the church there that I didn't know existed. And it took me to go to London to study law before I realised a lot of people told me I wasn't prepared for that level of anti-Irish racism. Ended up getting my head kicked in trying to protect 3 black girls. That affects you. But I'll tell you the positive about it. They didn't know what I was until I opened my mouth. People of colour get that all the time. This tour is about racism and ignorance. It's not about it. So look, what I've done, I brought in a couple of photos just to show you. As I realise I'm an old git. I don't know that. I look at myself in the mirror every day. Just to show you, because this is Belfast in the mid-70s. Can you see it up there? There we go, Belfast. I know it's the mid-70s because you're more organised. There's 3 channels for women, single, 1 for men. They're more organised, proficient, they're not efficient. The IRA still get bombs in because the men are like this. You see all the security here, the gates? I'm just going to make an observation. Do you see what we're standing on? You see this building here? It's this one. And with this extended pavement here, those gates could be back in an hour. Now that's a coincidence of good forward planning. A lot of our, it's not, you know, a lot of our architecture is about the troubles. When you go between the areas, there's an industrial unit in the question, but it's a up or something. The architecture here is nearly normal. It's about containment, which is nearly normal, is what my psychiatrist said I was. I'm going to show you one more photograph. I'm going to do it briefly, and I'm going to explain why I'm showing you this. Every human being on this planet, in life and in death, is entitled to dignity and respect. But it is the Troubles Tour. This is the Abercorn, 150 metres from here in 1972. This is a human being. I'm just showing it to make the point, okay? You've seen this, that's enough. To be exact, it's half a torso, and it would have been a winner. When that ball was going off, I was playing football in the street. We were all football mad. Everybody wanted to be a famous footballer from here called George Best. Not least because he always had Swedish Miss World girlfriend. Well, he's taken a lot of bombs, you know. When we heard large bombs, we'd have stopped playing the game. And you know what we'd do after 2 or 3 minutes? Keep the game going. Because it was as normal as putting your hands up to be searched going into a shop. I didn't realise the extent to which I'd been conditioned until I lived outside here. Mind you, as an adult, you realise we're all conditioned, we're all conditioned. The main part of being an adult is learning your conditioned. So we'll come down. Some people don't want to do it. They just grab for flags and start to their policy was to make this all. Sorry about that. The best way of explaining this is the troubles went on around you. If you drive a car and somebody's killed in a car crash, very sad. Doesn't stop you driving. I got the degree, I don't know how I got the degree. I went to Manchester in the north of England. Do you know Manchester? In Manchester, I did so well. In Manchester, I played in an unpopular pop group. Never be in an unpopular pop group. Manchester was too poor to afford prejudice. They didn't care. Irish, black, white, didn't matter in the football team I played for. If you were an Arsenal, we'd let you know. But we weren't bad. We could, do you know Joy Division? Do you know a group called Joy Division? Love will tear us up. Really famous group. Big influence in UK. They were produced by Martin Hannett and Strawberry Studios. Who produced Joy Division, became New Order, Psychedelic Fire, U2, and me. Well, video was on MTV. We made a mistake with the pop music. We relied on my looks. I wasn't trying to find out the background of the people bringing me the coffee or the doctors and nurses, and I stayed here. He's playing to 5,000 people at Custom House Square, and he hangs around with Courtney Cox and the cast of Friends, which is really good. It sort of highlights the fact that I'm stuck walking in the streets for money. Just give me a second. Reese. So the Good Friday Agreement occurred in 1998. We got a peace process of governments and so on. In early 2000s, when I'm working there, we started to get tourists. I couldn't believe it. Now, I'm going to use bad language here. I know people from Australia and New Zealand are very, very sensitive. We've seen these young backpackers coming in, and I have a clear memory of looking at them, and going, are those fuckers lost? What the fuck are they doing in this shithole? Because that's how we looked at it. And then we thought, hang on a second, we could make some money. The trouble we faced was one of communication. When you said the word Belfast, people heard killer, murder, mayhem, danger, control. So we tried to change our image. We created festivals and events. We rebranded. We'll come up this way. The town now is alive with music and culture. One of the things, by the way, a guy called Robert McLean Wilson, who works, you know, Charlie Echo, he works for that. This is a time, it's not just music to get drunk to, some of the stories in the books. Do you read books? Do you read books? Do you read books? Do you read books? I'm sincere about that, just bear with me 1 second. Hello, angry fundamentalist mob. Yeah, I have women here. They read books! And there's one from New Zealand, she'll put up a hell of a fight. Mob will be with you shortly, darling. I started that as satire, but the way the world's going, I'm not so sure anymore. We created this time. It's a vibrant town. Can I ask people, have you had a good time in Belfast? Well, there's a friend of mine called Terry Hooley, I'm going to mention him. You know what he says about this? You see, if you come to Belfast and you don't have a good time, you're the fucking problem. Well, we're set for it. So we did that, and then we thought, well, you need something for your souvenir photograph. We'll come over this way, just come over this way. Come on in here, come on in here, come in here. There's a big white van coming towards you. She's a girl. Industrial towns in the UK, across Europe, they all have a makeover. Newcastle, they all look the same. They'll always have an art space or museum. And they'll always have modern sculptures. I'm convinced there's an IKEA for cities. And I'm Belfast and I walk into IKEA for cities. Now the man in IKEA for cities sounds just like the Swedish chef in the Muppets. Doody-doody-doo, how can we help you? People think we're animals. It's stopping tourists, it's even stopping people from New Zealand coming to Sad Bathing. Not really, we need the cash. Well, what do you want us to do? Well, we've got the arts going on. We need to soften our image a bit more. You know some of them modern sculptures that every city has? Nobody really knows what they mean, but they make you look artsy-fartsy, not living 335 years ago. Yeah. Do you have any? Yeah. We'll have a job lot behind you. You see that? This city was decorated from 1998 to 2006. And the people doing the planning had a brain. It's always where the tourists are going, major thoroughfares. Down at the river, a beautiful statue, Statue of Harmony, and the big fish. Has anybody seen the big fish? If you haven't seen the big fish, it's a big fish. The grand poisson. Look, there you go, the big fish. It's covered in tiles, and it's quite interesting because they all tell a different part of history. Everybody has a different view of history. Blue and white. Did you have a good look at the big fish? Did you notice it was covered in blood spots? It's covered in red. It's subtle, but once you see it, it's all over the fish, and I thought that must represent the blood that has been spilt in these streets. So I tracked down the artist, John Kindness, because that's the sort of stalker I am, and he confirmed it. He's acknowledging the troubles, which is interesting because it's something we don't do here. That sculpture there is by Dan George from 1999. He's from New York. Steel represents engineering and shipbuilding, the fact it's interwoven, clothing and linen, two broken circles, two divided communities, etc., etc., etc. Even if it's about the past, it's very modern looking. Because the past is a difficult place for us, and it needs placed in context. The context, just, you see where the red building is on the left-hand side? You see just behind that? That is a Liverpool Football Club shot, and that was the site of the Abercorn bomb. That picture I showed you was taken 10 metres in front of that sculpture. And if you go past that, there's no marker, there's no memorial, there's nothing. It's almost like it didn't happen. Nothing to see here. Enjoy your pint of Guinness in the Cathedral Quarter. We've all moved on. Isn't it wonderful? And it is a complete lie. And it betrays one of the really, I love this town. You know one of the things I love most about it? The hypocrisy. We create hatred, and then when people act on it, we walk away from the consequences. It's another theme of this tour. It's what you don't see. We'll come up this way. Nowhere in this city centre are there any markers. Now there's a practical reason for that. Because people only remember their own dead. Because my group is so much more important. Where does humanity end in Belfast? It ends at the end of Boston. Where does it end in Where does it end? It's always a market structure. So why not have a little more real breath? And maybe if you walked up, maybe you look at the side, maybe you think of Miami. I mean, that is a big ask. It is a big ask. But what it also means is you're putting every death on the same level. And that's why it won't happen. Because a lot of the argument here is we did nothing wrong. It's all our fault. We're the good guys. There's a battle for moral superiority that is fundamentally immoral. Now, one thing that you have to understand, the Good Friday Agreement is not a peace process, it is a ceasefire. The differences are managed physically, that's why they're walls, and politically it's managed. You have a polisher, it's a carver. Politically we work in what can only be described as mutual consent. Nothing here has been looked upon, nothing here has changed since it was signed. We're in a stalemate. Now, I don't think we'll go back, but nothing, if we were in a peace process, there'd be no peace walls. We'll come this way. We have a lot in common. Young people in New Zealand will not be able to tracking, will not be able to get on the housing ladder. And that's about Bradford, Denmark, Belfast, Dublin, New York. If you go into a supermarket now, you're going to get less for your £70 than you did last week. The people who keep societies together are not the super rich or super poor, people like you. People like you are struggling. Meanwhile, we have a super rich elite getting richer and richer. There's a commonality to all our experiences. We'll come down this way. Now, I was talking about the warriors. That's how small this business. It made it really bitter. People knew each other. It was very personal. towards the end of his life, he appears to have a very good dress. He came over like somebody's favourite uncle. He doesn't deserve that. He created a lot of people. In the 1980s, one of his supporters, a man called George Seawright, said at Belfast City Hall in a meeting, so they're writing notes about this, he's not hiding it, that Belfast City Council should buy incinerators for Catholics and throw a few priests in. And do you know what happened to George the very next day? The IRA whacked him. We call it one behind the ear, OBE, British award here, it's one behind the ear. There's no goodness story in this room, what is happening. He created a lot of hatred, and he did so in a society that wasn't fair, even balanced. If you were Irish, you were despised, you were fabric. Any form of Irish identity, the Irish tricolour was illegal under the 1954 flag amendment that could be viewed as a breach of the peace. Guess which flag can be viewed? Look at this, you've got to shoot yourself a shot on the British flag. If I blew it at the football team I support, the top would have been cracked skulls. It was thrown on the Falls Road opposite that flower block in 1964 by socialists. Not upsetting anybody there, it's upsetting Ian Pearsley. He sends the police in, and he sends a vicious secretariat reserve in the police mission. They cracked skulls for 3 days. The police were never neutral. They were more Mississippi burning than your archetypal British lobby, and they were actively involved in collusion and murder, which is why we're outside. You can see Patton on the wall. He defended the Republicans. He was a thorn in the British state side, which is why he was Epstein. And the way they did it, they did want to do a separation, give the guns and information to the Russians. Sunday night, January 9th. Commented the door down, put 2 bullets into his body and stood over him and put 10 bullets into his face in front of the wife and kids, and they're under 10. Now people wanted answers here. That's not the only. And in this case, they said, look, I suspect because he's a lawyer. A lot of politicians tend to be lawyers on every side. That's getting a bit too close to home. Now what I'm telling you was contained in the original provisional report, British report, of an honourable man called De Silva. Honourable people are key to this. So the family go over, meet David Cameron, terribly sorry, can we have the full investigation? David Cameron actually said something that's terrifying, and the data can't do that. There are people next to this office in the corridors of power who won't let that happen. That's United Kingdom Prime Minister basically saying he doesn't control the British state. I know his son, I've seen his son yesterday actually, and 2 years ago. I seen him doing when he started. He said, John, can you come and listen to this? But it's about your father's murder. So he comes, I tell him the story, tell him the face, he's engaged age, meeting Cameron, off he goes. Is that correct? Yeah. A woman on the tour said, was he traumatised? He would have been, but his mother's English is not through that. There were reservoirs of trauma to this. Now there's an add-on to this story. That's why the tour is 3 hours long. It's not at all. An old school policeman called Johnston Brown, I'll decode that name, British boxer. You know one of them policemen who likes burgers and chips and coffee and donuts? He's carrying 3 or 4 stones. You know what I'd love to see? A realistic cop program where they're all fat bastards. There's a couple of good things about Johnston Brown. First of all, he's an honourable man and he's a good policeman. This murder stinks. People in Belfast know it stinks. So he does his investigating and finds evidence that will jail one of the assassins. That evidence disappears from the police station. And in 2016, Johnston Brown comes to the media and says, I'm living in fear of my life. Not from the IRA, from a special branch within the police force. Do not mess with them or you will be exiled. One of the key witnesses, Stovey, I mean, they were basically running South American death squads. A man called Stovey was going to blow the lid on this. This would have been a little bit embarrassing. Conveniently killed Epstein in a loyalist feud. 2018, that came up out of nowhere and disappeared. You don't mess with them. Now the reason I mention Johnston Brown, if I don't mention Johnston Brown, the narrative is that all the cops did this. That's not the case. We're honourable police. We thought the civil rights movement was the right march. Honourable lawyers like Justice Bench and David Cameron. An honourable IRA men, but as I said at the start, once 1 or 2 people die, we're also socialised. And when people die in a small place, when the genie's out of the bottle, it's really difficult to bring back in. People want to live. The best example I can think of is 9/11. How many innocent people died? normal voice. All you do, we cross over. All you do is you know what I used to do to amuse myself? I'd see squat English middle class people in part of the reason of that. I have a mental image of you as a tutu, so I'm going to be sick of still. I feel like wrenching you as a tutu. But essentially, Ireland is a land of libertines. They're just making up. God is one of the people. Thanks to Guinness, and unfortunately, Romo for you too. What's not to love about Ireland? Interesting. Now this next part will be 2 1-star reviews from people from Dublin. See if you can work out why. It did 2 things. It divided the country amongst the Republic said it wasn't it was legislation was then passed to pick up the problem matters of Ireland, and you did cross it. You did not bodies were buried in cess tanks in This is a vindictive, spiteful, nasty thing that there's no, my understanding of Christianity is followed out. And after you give birth, you don't even hold your child. In many cases, they sell them to the United States. Big market for Irish babies in the United States. Guaranteed. In cases where that didn't happen, they'd maybe happen on the home, can't sell it to local people, but that didn't happen. They grew their lives, they grew up in their institutions, and they were completely stigmatized. When they went to the school, they were held at the back. Catherine Chorus and these kids were in rags and the other kids she tells the story, she was shocked, and she gave one of these kids a a sweet wrapper, and she opened it up and there was a stone in it. 50 years later, she can still remember that child took it. One of the things about Ireland I really actually despise it. People say they don't know. Sometimes kids in the support, the big contract, the same as those things that people in child and they don't open it in their mouth. But the dog comes in the door and people go on the street. It's the same thing. The law doesn't apply to you. When the border should sign to come, I'm saying that, well, you could not have this. I'm saying that unequivocally because of the fact research is record in that regard. As I say, it's not to come towards me. It's not that they have the problem. They exist everywhere. It's once they find the problem, they have a choice between their money, status and reputation and the lives of other babies and children. Every single day. They moved non-abusive priests to other parishes and schools in Ireland. They hid them in plain sight and they continued to abuse. And the legacy where they moved them priests are suicide clusters. Any other organisation that did this in society would have been burnt off. And you're wondering why British Liberal people are afraid. Their numbers declined rapidly in the South of Ireland. Ian Paisley played to that game. The civil rights movement was a backdoor to the Catholic Ireland. He wasn't that far off. This is an old political trick. Shakespeare mentions it in Julius Caesar. It's the main narrative of a lot of people from whatever country you're from. We're 60 years ahead of you. He's playing that in the 60s. He's building it up. He's building it up. In August 69, it really explodes. In every sense, mobs end up running into this area. This is the start of the problem. And there's no one to stop them. They want you. These are not football houses. That was the people called the police, they either stood back or joined in. Then we made a decision, and I'm laughing through the years. I've never seen it replicated, not even in some states. They brought the jeeps on top of jeeps, short of jeeps, they brought cars on. None of them full of women and children. The bullets go through like a knife through butter. They killed 2 people there, a 9-year-old and a 20-year-old. 2 others are killed about half. They're never charged with murder or manslaughter. Now you've got to understand what that does to your psychology. People think and there's going to be no consequence. After the Good Friday Agreement, the Provisional IRA would not give up the cause. And in the British media, it was portrayed like they were mad Irish sociopaths. Well, that's the reason. I'd be surprised if they'd ever given them up totally. There's a legacy here. It defines how people look at the future. I mean, this is the reason for stopping here. A street like this was completely burnt out about a mile away. Working class housing all over the United Kingdom. But that's not really the reason I've stopped here. I want to show you these colours. Very ordinary. You're in an Irish area because it's written in Irish Gaelic. You know what these columns are? They are deliberate monoliths. No mob is going to come through here quickly ever again. This is the architecture of it. You know, like the extent. This is important. There used to be streets going from here to the British Road. Now you have this. This is a 6th floor house. You wouldn't question it. That and that. But what this is nothing. Where they can, they have complete separation with the buffer zone. Nearly
Hey guys, so we are in Londonderry today, and this is the second largest city of Northern Ireland. This is the city where lots of violence took place between English Protestants and Irish Catholics. And Northern Ireland almost feels like English enclave, even though it's technically part of Ireland, but it's in the UK. So they use the pound here instead of the euro, which is used in the Republic of Ireland. And there's still a lot of ethnic and religious divide here, even though they have moved on quite a lot from the past, and there's not the same sort of violence and hatred that existed in the past, but there is a lot of division that still exists today, and there's a lot of loyalist and unionist politics that is taking place in Ireland. So there are some who want to unite with the Republic of Ireland, and there are those that still want to be in the UK or part of England. So yeah, there is a lot of divide that still exists, and this also relates with all the with the rise of the far right, with all the immigration problems that are happening across Europe, and with the refugees, and it's all related. So but there are attempts to bring in reconciliation, to reconcile. So there is hope that things will change, but for now, of course, things are as they are, and this all goes back to the history of British colonialism in Ireland, which led to the partition that we have today. So yeah guys, I'm going to take you around the city of Londonderry. It's called Londonderry because it's connected with the city of London in England, as English settlers came here to invest here and basically build a life here. So there are lots of people who are descendants of English and Scottish settlers. Many of them, and their history dates back to the Ulster plantation period. So where of course the native Irish villages were evacuated and got replaced by English and Scottish settlers. So yeah guys, I'm going to take you around the city, and there's a group tour which is going to happen today, and hopefully you can get a more insight. There are two separate currencies that are used here in Ireland, the euro and the pound. So if you do come, make sure that you know this. So in the Republic of Ireland they use the euro, and in Northern Ireland they use the pound. So yeah, stay tuned guys and keep watching. And this is Mom having some food today. She's very hungry. She's having some food, and she is ready for the tour for today. She's ready for the Londonderry tour. Are you ready for the Londonderry tour? And over here we have a church, very old church. So yeah guys, we're gonna show you around, hopefully keep watching. Guys, this is the Peace Bridge to bring harmony between the two communities. This is the cannon dating back to the British period, when the British came to establish their colonial rule here. This is the wall that divides the city. We just saw the tower. It's one of the towers are built here in the city. Guys, I thought I'd give you the tour of the city. I'm gonna go walk in a bit to do the group tour and hopefully get an idea of what the city was, its history, and how it became part of the island that the city was. So guys, right now we are in Londonderry. I'll show you a bit around before we go on the group tour. So let's get started. 근데 추천한데.
والله خراب وانا سليبي
네. 그래도
Also falls die Kühen schon erklärt, bevor er letztes Jahr nicht, der hat er gesagt, wir können ausgehen. Wir haben mehr als mehr Spaß damit, meine Kinder an die
Crazy buzzy on there?
legendary Northern Island, which to be fair feels more like English than Irish. Everywhere you go you see English, British flag, Union Jack flags. So, yeah. bit more idea about Northern Ireland and how it became the Northern Ireland that we see today, and how the city of Londonderry became where it is today. Hotel, which I presume is named after the walled city of Londonderry. Anyway guys, I thought I'd give you a little bit of a tour of the city, and we'll soon be heading to meet our group, which will be on a historical tour of the city.
have been shot and wounded. They were trying to carry them away this direction here. And just there where they gave a wall us, where no, don't stay these are, sorry about that. Just there where they gave a wall us, that's where a good friend of our family's, Jim Ray, he was trying to get into his grandmother's apartment. Her bungalow was there, and he was trying to get into the safety. And he would have been shot in the back at her back door. When he was lying dying on the ground, a man by the name of Wally McKinney run to assist him, and he was shot in the back. Wally McKinney lay dead beside him. Jim Ray was still alive, and there was a young 15-year-old boy taking cover up here. And Jim Ray's last words to the young 15-year-old boy was, "I can't get off the ground, my legs won't work." And the young lad says, "They pretend they're dead," because he can see the soldiers coming. And if you just look down there, this van sort of turned badly on their way here today. But if you look down there, towards the end of the courtyard, you can see the white van there. That's where one of the soldiers of the parachute regiment by the name of all these soldiers were known by letter only. Their anonymity had been protected, and they were only known by letter. When they give evidence to the first inquiry, they give evidence behind screens. Their identities had been protected. And he would have been known as Soldier Hicks, and he opened up fire to the people that had been fleeing here, and he opened up fire from the hut indiscriminately. That's the eyewitness accounts, and that's where Jim Ray would have been shot. But the young lad, as I say, he says Jim Ray, he says, "Pretend they're dead, the soldiers are coming," he could see them, and that's where one of the soldiers walked up, and as Jim Ray tried to get off the ground, they shot him again as he lay on the ground dying. Man here by the name of Jared McKinney, he was no relationship to Wally. He put his hands in the air and says, "Please don't shoot." The soldier turned and fired and shot him. Bullet went on this side, out the other. And the soldier that shot him says he was trying to light a bomb. And the ballistic experts that would have been called in for the second inquiry were able to corroborate the evidence of the civilian witness to say that he had his hands in the air, and that he says that had to be the case, because if he was trying to light a bomb, the bullet would have hit some part of his arms. But it was evidence that he had his hands in the air for the bullet to go clean through without hitting any part of his arms. And that bullet, when it travelled right through Jared McKinney, it also shot a 17-year-old boy. The 17-year-old boy was just standing behind him, and he had a Wrangler jacket on. He was shot through the pocket of the Wrangler jacket, and he was shot in the stomach. He would have been carried into a house, and there was a doctor on the scene, and he examined and treated the wound, and they asked three people if he could get him to the hospital as quickly as possible, he might have a chance. He travelled up the street about 500 yards up the street, and the army stopped the vehicle. Two people were arrested. The soldier got into the vehicle, drove a young lad into a military installation, and he was left in the in the back of the car and bled to death. What they done then after that was they planted bombs, nail bombs. That would have been a crude weapon of the IRA at that early stage, and it would have been a stick of gelignite, nails wrapped around it, detonator, fuse, lighted, firing that blast bomb. And when they planted them on his Wrangler jacket, you know the tight the pockets are of a Wrangler jacket, but when they planted them on, that's where the bullet was. And the ballistic experts that would have been called on from the United States for the second inquiry were able to determine he had to be planted after he was shot, because if they had been there when he was shot, the bullet would have detonated the bomb. And this is bullet holes here from 1972. Anybody that's ever come here, they say them's quite large, which they are quite large holes. But the second inquiry into what happened here on Bloody Sunday, the ballistic experts that would have been called on from the United States were able to determine why they're so large. And some of the soldiers, when they were being given their ammunition on that day, there were some rogue soldiers. They would have had what was known as dum-dums, and they would have cut an X on the top of the bullet prior to it. And when it hit its target, it exploded and sent shrapnel all around the body. So if you were hitting the leg, there was a possibility that could be fatal to the shrapnel traveling all around the body. And that's what the ballistic experts were able to determine. That's exactly what happened here. You can see there it says the last remaining visible bullet holes, but There's two just across the street. I'll show you them. We'll not show you where they are when we cross the street. So this is the area where the people would have been murdered on Bloody Sunday, all unarmed innocent civilians running away. Most of the people would have been shot in the back as they were running away, or else shot trying to go and assist the dying and the wounded. You know, that would have been the conclusion of what happened. You can see there, as I say, that's along the front of the museum there. And inside in the door of the museum, the front door there, that museum was opened for the Reverend Jesse Jackson. He would have been along with Martin Luther King when he was shot in Memphis. It was due to open it, and you might have heard of a man by the name of Martin McGuinness. Martin McGuinness would have been a leading Republican here in the city. He was second in command of the IRA. He later became the Deputy First Minister and sat in the power sharing executive and sharing power with the likes of the Reverend Ian Paisley. It was an unlikely partnership that was, people said secretly never have ever imagined that would have happened, but you know it did. But Martin unfortunately took out and died before the museum was opened, and his son would have been there on his behalf. He opened the museum on his behalf. So we'll just get on round here. Alright, sorry, he's missed about it. So you can see there, this is the early civil rights movement, as I say, and then this is a garden of reflection to remember Father Dilly, Bishop Dilly. He later became the bishop of the city. He would have been a parish priest in 1972. 1974 he was elevated to bishop of the city, and then when he died in 2018, his remains are just buried on the doorway there of the cathedral. So you can see the spire of the cathedral there just across the way. That's where Father Dilly, Bishop Dilly, was buried. And then this is the early civil rights movement from the late 1960s. That would have been designed by a woman here in the city, Martha McClellan. And the idea of the oak leaf was the symbol of the city. That's where the name derived from. You might have heard it. We've got a wee bit of controversy on the name of the city, Derry, London Derry. Well, how we got the name Derry, it was a man by the name of Colin Kill arrived here up on this hill in 543, and his intention was to build a Christian monastery and spread the Christian message. So when he built the Christian monastery, this was all oak trees around here, and an oak grove in the Irish language is called a Dara, D-O-I-R-E. So that's what he called it, Dara Colin Kill. And the symbol of the city is the oak leaf, is deriving from the city. But when the Protestants, the Crown of England landed in the early part of the 17th century as part of the plantation of Ulster, that's the walled city that they were protecting the Protestant people. And then there was the London traders that built the walls. It was the London traders that provided all the cannons. So in the early part of the 17th century, this new Derry, the Dara, D-O-I-R-E, become D-E-R-R-Y. And then when the London traders arrived, they put the London onto the name of the city and called it Londonderry. So that's where you get the division in the city. Some people call it Derry Catholics, other people call it Londonderry Protestants. We had a radio presenter here in the city in the late 80s and 90s there, a man by the name of Jerry Anderson. And if you get on the train to come into the city, it would assist, or the bus, or get out of the city, vice versa, it would assist on the trains in Derry, stroke, Londonderry. So either section of the community could get onto the train unaffected. But when he was presenting his radio program here, he says, "I'm here in Stroke City." So he took the easy way. And then if you just look across there, this is depicting Operation Motorman. or sorry, that's depicting the army coming, Operation Moorman, coming on here into the area, and that's a young, that's a young 19-year-old lad here in the city. His name's Billy McVeigh. You can see the name on it there, and it would have been in 1971. And he's standing there with a stone in his hand, defying the British Army coming on here. And I always joke with him, I says, he must have had arms on him like Arnold Schwarzenegger to fire stones that size. You know, any stones that I fired were wee pebbles compared to that. But there would have been a, yes, John, there used to be a song here in the city we had, it was about internment without trial, and it was armoured cars and tanks and guns came to take away our sons. Every man should stand behind the man behind the wire. So that's what that's depicting there. And that mural there is called the Saturday Afternoon Matinee. So there was a lot of people would have come here on the Saturday afternoon when all this disorder was happening on the streets. They would have stood around these streets, looking down the street, and that was the entertainment of it. So I just crossed the street here. He's still alive, and the question was asked, is he still alive? He's still alive. And if any of want to look up on the BBC iPlayer, there's stories on that. It's called Once Upon a Time in Northern Ireland, and it's telling the stories of different people and their perspective of what it was like here during the course of the conflict. And he tells his story. He's normally here, and he sells them t-shirts. I call it Terry, I would call it Terry, We'll just stop here. So, I just want to, this is an area here where some of the people would have been shot and killed as well. And if you just look up there, there's palm trees there, you can see the palm trees there. There's two bullet holes there. That's somebody's garden now, so that's why it says that the last remain invisible. Bullet holes. They're there, they're visible, but they're not visible to the public. And that's the two bullets that hit the wall, and I would end them up with a mouthful of grit. I come down to that fence there, spitting grit. And a man shouted to me, "Don't go down there." And I went back up. I already had tried to get through, but there was hundreds of people there. And I went back up and I crawled up the whole way across there along with hundreds of other people trying to get away. They would have been shooting from the dairy walls, and they would have been shooting this direction. And just there with that, a man shouted to me, "Don't go there." If you just look across the way there where it says MOFD, Museum of Free Dairy, just at that gable wall, that's where Soldier F, one of the soldiers were named Soldier F, openly admitted that he shot 5 gunmen and bombers here. Bloody Sunday in 1972, the night of Bloody Sunday. He would have been interviewed by the Royal Military Police, and it was known as a tea and biscuit interview. We'll have a wee cup of tea and a biscuit and tell us what happened. And all them soldiers had to do in that particular time was say, somebody was trying to throw a bomb at me, or somebody was trying to shoot me, and I had to shoot him. End the story. That was end the story. So that soldier there, he says that this man here was trying to shoot. He was trying to shoot. He had his back to him. He was crawling away, and he fired across and shot him in the back as he was crawling away. There was a man on here by the name of Barney McGuigan, and he heard this man, Paddy Doherty, saying, "Can somebody please help me? I don't want to die in the street of my own." And he went out to assist him, and he looked across at Soldier M. He waved a white handkerchief at him, and as he turned to walk and help the dying man, he shot him in the back of the head. It was with one of those dum-dum bullets. It was a horrific movement. Kenny's got the museum there. You'll see Paddy or Barney McGuigan lying here, and that's what they would have used the Derry Civil Rights Association banner to cover his body. Just at this doorway of the Russell Street Flats, that's where the last of the people would have been shot. Young Hugh Gilmore, and he was trying to run to get the city, the doorway. Excuse me, he looked in the apartment just above it, and he would have been shot in the back. When Barney McGuigan was transported to the hospital, that same banner was used to cover his body, and that banner's on the museum there, Derry Civil Rights Association, the bloodstains on it. So that, just from the railings there to the back of the museum, that's where all the people, there was 13 people shot. John Johnson shot dead. John Johnson died as a result of his injuries. And then there was a further 16 people shot and injured. There was dozens of people brutally beaten that day as well. And there was dozens of people that would have been arrested. And that all happened within 20 minutes from there. So you can see there the memorial. This is the monument. That's the memorial there to the people that would have been murdered on the day. And again, you can see there from the monument. I'm going to later on this because I'll tell you his reason later. You can see there on the monument there that was unveiled by Bridget Bond, a woman. She would have been the chairperson of the Northern Ireland Civil Rights Association. Sheila McCannon would have been the designer of that. Bernadette Devlin, Nell McCaffrey, a lot of women would have been involved in the civil rights movement here. But you can see there, that's all the people that would have been murdered on the day, and 6 of the people were only 17. They would have been 17 years of age, and that's a young lad there that I would have been at school with. He was the youngest that was shot on Bloody Sunday. He was still only 15. He just hadn't turned 16. I turned 16 that December, and then on the end of January, he still hadn't turned 16, so he was the youngest. He was still 15 by all intents and purposes. But he would have been shot in the leg just across the street. He was actually the first that was shot. And the man at the bottom of the monument there, John Johnson, he went to assist him and he would have been shot 3 times. He died as a result of his injuries. So that's all the people there. And then this is the first report on what happened here on Bloody Sunday in 1972. The British Prime Minister Ted Heath sent his Lord Chief Justice over here to conduct an inquiry into what happened here. And they didn't bring the inquiry here to Derry. They took it to 30 miles down the road to Protestant Coleraine to save the soldiers the indignity of sitting here in the city. They give their evidence behind screens. Their identities had been protected. And the conclusion of the report, they ignored civilian witnesses, mainly ignored civilian witnesses. They mainly ignored ballistic and forensic experts, and the conclusion of his report was there was an unfortunate incident happened here in Derry. Some of the soldiers, their shooting bordered on the recklessness, but he says the main problem lay with the Northern Ireland Civil Rights Association. If they hadn't have brought the people onto the streets, this unfortunate incident wouldn't have happened. So the families immediately repudiated that, and they called for a second inquiry. A call, that's a friend of mine.
कितना की कैंसर में तो गया हूँ मैं तीन पैसे नहीं चल रहा उस फिर साथी चाहिए मैं भी नहीं चल
That's an old friend of mine. Old, but that's what would have happened. That second report, and it was called the Witchery Whitewash. The families disowned it and repudiated it, and they demanded there would be a second inquiry. And Sunday what happened here, and that's exactly what happened. This was the first time in British legal history there had been a second inquiry into any event that ever happened, and that's what happened here on Bloody Sunday. And that inquiry began in 1998 and it concluded in 2010. 12 years of an exhaustive inquiry. And not only was it an exhaustive inquiry, it was a labour-intensive one as well, because the British government and the British Army done everything that they possibly could to obstruct the inquiry. And that's the day that it was concluded there. That's where the families all come out of the Guildhall after they had read the report, and they come out. And just prior to that, the British Prime Minister stood up in the House of Parliament and says what happened here on Bloody Sunday was unjustified and unjustifiable, and he was ashamed of what had happened on behalf of the British government. You know, so that's the day that the families all come out onto the Guildhall, the City Hall down the street there, declared the names of their loved ones. Every one of them come to the podium. That's a good friend of mine's, Jim Ray. Or that's a good friend of mine, is Liam Ray, whose brother Jim was been shot, and that's his sister Margaret, and they're coming to the podium, and every one of them declared the names of their loved ones, and then declared them innocent. The only young lad that couldn't do that was young Jared Donaghy's family. He still hasn't been exonerated for what happened here Bloody Sunday. So that's the monument there, and you can just imagine the anger would have been within the community at that particular time. Without me pointing the houses around here, there would have been well-known Irish Republicans here at that particular time, and a lot of people of my generation then would have joined the ranks of the IRA, and that's where the conflict would have escalated. There was almost 500 people would have lost their lives here in 1972 alone. You know, so that's when things started to escalate and get worse. So we're just going on up around here. Then you get worse companies they got playing football. Sunday families discovered. One of the things that was says was British Prime Minister, when he sent his Lord Chief Justice over here, he told the Lord Chief Justice, he says, remember, we're dealing with a propaganda war against the IRA. Be very careful of what you find. So that's in records and the archive. But just a week before Bloody Sunday, Colonel Wolford, that led the parachute regiment under the bogside, he had met with the high-ranking officials of the army. He had met with the British Prime Minister about the security situation that was happening here. Since Colonel Wolford says to the British Prime Minister, send my men in from the parachute regiment next week, and we'll deal with the deep dry hits. That's the people of the bogside. Very young people. That way they were really getting up to the bit. But that's what people believe, that was the tempest that should be killed because it was about it. Yes, we weren't allowed to go down into the city centre, and then when the British Army, the parachute regiment, pushed into the bogside, all the people, most of the people that was on the day, this ramp was going on down there. So the people that we were concentrating on, my generation, the DUI kids, very young Hogan. So anybody that they moved up the street. That was the last, that was the people that was leaving at the tenant. That's the very young movement. So if you just look across the street here, this is a memorial to the 10 men that were died in the 1981 hunger strike. It was a part of the hunger strike and how it come about. Anybody that's maybe just not too familiar was in 1972, when prisoners were being interned, anybody that was sentenced, they were treated as criminals. The people that were interned were treated as prisoners of war. They wore their own clothes. So in 1972, the sentenced prisoners went on hunger strike in Crumlin Road Prison, demanding that they would be treated like political prisoners of war. And that enabled them to wear their own clothes, they have free association, they educate themselves, they do their own work, get remission for their sentences, get food parcels on, and that's the way that it went then. They were granted what was known as special category status prisoners, and that's the way that it went up until 1976. After the 1st of March 1976, the British government brought on new legislation trying to recriminalise the prisoners. And the first man that went to the prison after the 1st of March 1976 was a young man from Belfast, Kieran Nugent. When he went to the prison, he was told to strip off his clothes, and they stripped them off. He stood there naked, and they says to him, they went to hand him a prison uniform, and the words that he says, it's on the monument there at the bottom on the right hand side, he says, "I'll wear no convict's uniform, or meekly serve my time." He refused to wear the prison uniform, so he was sent on the cell naked, and the only thing that he had to cover his body was the blanket, and that began the blanket. That escalated in the late 1970s, and how it escalated in the late 1970s was when the prisoners were going out with their blankets on, they shower, and they empty their chamber pots. The British government, or the government brought out new legislation that they had to wear their uniform, they empty their chamber pot. They're trying to recriminalise the prisoners, and when the prisoners refused to do it, they refused to let them out of their cells. So when the chamber pot filled up, they had no alternative but they put it onto the door, and when the prison authorities pushed it back, and that went on in protest for weeks, and then eventually the prisoners smeared it on the cells. That escalated the protest, and that really becomes over, that escalated to the hunger strike. And if you see there, all the prisoners were incarcerated in a prison outside of Belfast called Long Tess, and there was 8 blocks, and they were known as the Hate Block. So that's by there. Just above there, the hips you can see there, the hand, that's representing the hand of Bobby Sands. Bobby Sands, prior to him going on the hunger strike, the lark used to land in his prison cell, and he was able to reach out and feed it. The birds, as free as a bird, would get the thought, he's the man behind the wire. The barbed wire there. So that's all the names of the volunteers on the right and the left hand side. And just there's a inscription on the left hand side, and I'll tell you what it is in a minute. I'm a father of 4, I'm a grandfather of 9, and I had my youngest little grandson up on the walls there last year. He was 7 years of age, he's 8 now. It was a beautiful sunny day, and I took a photograph of him sitting in a cannon with a beautiful smile on his face. And then I looked down here, and the words of Bobby Sands, it's on the monument there, "Let our revenge be the laughter of our children." You know, so we're very happy with that. So that's the monument there to remember the 10 men. It's erected here by the Republicans here in the city, the people that look after it now as the Derry Graves Association, and they'll look after that monument and tidy it up. So we're just going on up to Freeberry Corner, and just before we go, you can see the national flag flying, and that's the same monument that we have here, as to remember all Republican prisoners that we put up a group of Republicans that's known as the real IRA, dissident Republicans. After the Good Friday Agreement in 1998, there was a group split away. They called themselves the real IRA. We detonated a bomb in Oba, 29 people would have lost their lives and 2 unborn children, so there wasn't any great support for that, and the support is now for the end of the armed conflict and get into the peace process. January 1969. Anybody with the dairy gears? Anybody seen the dairy gears? Well, just up in the corner. That's where one of the last episodes was up at the party. Up in the corner there. And then see the little church up behind there. I've seen the remains coming out of there. It was all filled with the dairy gears. So that would have been a big hit. But back to the box. Never mind the dairy gears. That would have been first written in 1969, and you might have heard of that across the way there. Bernadette Devlin. Bernadette Devlin would have been a young student from Queen's University. And she would have organised a march. The group in it was called the People's Democracy Movement. And he would have organised a march from Belfast down into the city. What they were doing at that particular time is they were reenacting the Selma to Montgomery March in the United States a few years beforehand. So that's what they were doing. And about 6 miles outside the city, they were attacked by loyalist gangs. The police force that was there to protect them walked away. But the students made their way into the city that afternoon, and there would have been serious riot in the city centre between the police and the young people here at the Longside. And that all subsided about midnight. And that's number 33, the Lakey Road. That would have been a row of terraced houses that's up there. You can see them there, these types of terraced houses. There was a row of terraced houses above that way. Here on the other side of the street, a row was up there. That's the way this would have been laid out to these old houses. That's number 32. There were them two houses. Would have been number 37. My aunt lived there. And at 4 o'clock in the morning, the police force come in here, smashed down all the doors of the residents, destroyed their furniture. My aunt would have been brutally beaten by police officers that day. I had a disabled cousin. He went to protect his mother, and he would have been brutally beaten. There was about 40 of the people around here who were brutally beaten. And they were given a message at that time, in the early part of 1969, by the state police force. How dare you march for your civil rights? If you do this again, this will be the consequences. So as a result of that, the people put up the barricades all around these streets to stop that happening again. And then a young man wrote on the gable wall, this would have been the first verse, "You're now entering free dairy." That changed from that to that, and that happened after the Battle of the Bogside in September of that year. The British Prime Minister, Harold Wilson, he would have sent over James Callaghan, future Prime Minister, to find out what's happening here. And he was going to be met down at the bottom of the street with Eamon McCann and John Hume. And the night before he was due to arrive, all the young people were gathered at the gable wall. And one of the young people says, "Make sure he sees that tomorrow." So they decided to take the wall white, put the bold letters on it. And that's the way that has been ever since. So that's the symbolism of the resilience and the resistance of the people of the Longside. So this would have been an autonomous area where the British did, where the army couldn't come in, the police couldn't come in. And that remained from 1969 right up until this day, 31st of July 1972, 52 years ago. This would have been swarming with British military troops. You know, I'll tell you more about that later. But I'll just point this out to you here, this little emblem here. That's a little emblem there that Irish Republicans will use to remember their leadership dead. It was the Easter lily. And you will be aware that the British will use the poppy to remember their war dead. That's what Irish Republicans will use. And how that come about was in 1916, where the group of Irish Republicans rose up against the might of the British Empire. It was known as the Easter Rising in Dublin. They took over the GPO in Dublin. That insurrection was quickly put down. All the leaders were taken to Kilmaine in prison, and they were all executed. Shortly after that, the woman of the female wing of the IRA, coming to man, decided we need to get an emblem to remember our patriot dead. So the emblem that they chose was the lily. The insurrection at Easter was to coincide with the resurrection, and the lily springs forth at Easter as well. So that's the emblem that the Irish Republic will use to remember their patriot dead. If you had a war that up until 1973, you would have been liable for prosecution. If you had a war flew the national flag here, you could be liable for prosecution under the Special Powers Act that the Stormont government would have had. And apparently the South African apartheid government envied the Stormont government for the powers that they had. So we just get on right here. That's a 14-year-old lad that I would have been at school with in 1969. His name is Paddy Coyle. And that's him here during the course of the Battle of the Bulge. There we are, the United States military SG gas mask. The United States military were still here from the Second World War. They remained here until 1977. And they would have sent these gas masks over to the people of the bauxite to help them against the attack. We would have been sent over to protect the people of the bauxite against the effects of the CS gas. You see the young lad with a petrol bomb in his hand? That's a Molotov cocktail, the fancy name. And there was a young woman here from the United States last year, and she asked one of the tour guides, where was that young lad's mother? And the answer was she was right in the corner making the petrol bomb. So that's the whole way. Oh, that's good. That's the plant, the back right there. You can see the people in the tunnel, the petrol bomb down, and the police and loyalist gangs that was trying to come up behind them. And that's, as I say, that's the young Bernadette Devlin. She would have been the youngest MP to be elected under Westminster in 1969. She was just 21 years of age. You can see him there. Well, he's down on here a minute. Let's see it, some East America. You can see there the dust bundlet. You can see there that dust bundlet, the young lady with the dust bundlet. And that used to be the early warning system here when the army was in the area. The army come up here in the middle of the night. The people of the bauxite would have got their trash cans, their dust bundles, and banged them on the ground. And that was to alert the people of the area that the army's in the area. And the only reason the army was in the area was to take people away for internment. So when you heard them dust bundles going off in the middle of the night, you knew the army was in the area. And then if you look at the mural there, you can see on the mural, you shall see it when you go out there. You see the dog? The dog's not there by coincidence. Here in the 1970s, 60s and 70s, everybody had a dog. So when the army come on, these bundlets were being banged, there was hundreds of dogs barking. So you certainly knew that the army was in the area. And young Bernadette Devlin there, you can see her there on that mural there. She would have been very much in support of the 1981 hunger strikers. And in 1982, the LVF, Loyalist Volunteer Force, went into her home in Mid Ulster. She was shot 8 times. Her husband was shot twice, and the both of them survived this assassination. You can see there on that mural there, a young lad with a handkerchief. There was a theory here in 1969 during the course of the Battle of Bauxite that the people left out buckets of malt vinegar, and if you dip the handkerchief under the malt vinegar, put it around you, that was to stop the CS gas penetrating. But it didn't work. It just smelled like a fish sober. I smell malt vinegar to this day. It still reminds me of the Battle of the Bauxite. So just on that there, you know, there would have been just in 1971, a young lady would have been up on the top of the hill. And that's what she was doing in the middle of the night when the army would come in. She was a mother of 6, and she was banging her own bin lid in her own back garden. and a British soldier put his rifle through the slit and shattered head. So these were the things that would have been happening here at the time. So there's somebody in the family who helps you. So we're just going to go right in this direction here, and we'll have a couple of years, then it will be specific shortly. That's the young lad, that's the first of the people in the Bloody Sunday. Now, Penny's moved under the museum of course. That white handkerchief is under the museum. You see the white handkerchief. Also beside the white handkerchief. It's in the last week, so the Catholic Pope, they wear colorettis known as a stone. All they do is put that on. They give Jackie Buddy the last week. Jackie held it. It was one through his hand. That's all for the museum. There at the bottom, that's the Derry Civil Rights Association banner. That would have been used to cover the bodies of Barney McGuigan and Hugh Duggar. And then if you just look across there, that's a young lady here. She would have been involved in the early civil rights movement in the 1960s. A woman by the name of Nell McCafferty. And she would have been very, very active. She would have been a journalist in Dublin, playwright, activist, all types of stuff, and she would have died about 2 years ago when her family decided to come to Dublin. So we're just going to go around this direction here and hopefully. This mural here would have been done 3 years ago, and this has been done 3 years ago. They remember, that's the young lad that still has not been exonerated for what happened here on Bloody Sunday. This would have been done 3 years ago, and 3 years ago it would have been the 13th anniversary of the release of the Savin Query. So the Bloody Sunday Trust decided to do this mural to let people know that young Jared Donaghy at the top there, he still has not been exonerated for what happened. We're now 16 years since it, and they told the families don't have any recourse anymore. They get justice for their young family member. That's all the people that would have been murdered on the day there. John Young with a check shirt, I would have spoke to him 20 minutes beforehand. Jim Ray, he would have come in and out of our family home on a daily basis. Willie Nash, I would have knew all this family. I didn't know him, but I knew every one of his family. Michael Kelly lived in the same street as me. And the young lad there with the boxing gloves, that's the young, I would have been at school with him too. And that's the young lad that's been carried out of the bog side. He had the potential to be a professional boxer. So that was done there 3 years ago by the Bloody Sunday Trust. The artist had done that over a 10-day period. That's all done with aerosols. Never used a paintbrush. The only time I used the paintbrush was to write the names of the dead and the wounded. So you can see there the oak leaves and the acorns, the symbol of the city, all incorporated onto. So that would have been done by the Bloody Sunday Trust. The rest of the murals have been done by the Bogside artists, and then what I just show you is this one across the way there. This one here would have been done by my son. My son would have been involved. Young members of Sinn Féin, and they would have done this in 2007. And the reason that they done it in 2007 was the Cuban ambassador had come to the Museum of Free Derry, and they were going to let him know that he had a friend here in Ireland. And you can see there on the name of the girl there, Ernesto Che Guevara Lynch. Che Guevara's grandmother is from County Galway in Ireland. That's where the Irish connection comes in. She emigrated to Argentina, met Che Guevara's grandfather. And then this is the words of Che Guevara's father: "In my son's veins flowed the blood of Irish rebels." And then this is the Gaelic Irish language interpretation. Shaggy and Rowland and Warrior, that's the Irish language interpretation. Killing the revolution, I didn't want the revolution. So that would have been done in 2007. The young crippled Republicans here in the city. So we can see Che Guevara again, you see. So you can see there, we'll see it maybe better on the city walls there. And see the church there in the background, that's the Protestant church. Up on the walls, if you was to walk the whole entirety of the wall, you wouldn't have been able to do that during the course of the conflict. That's where the British Army would have been installed all along the walls. And then if you just look at the plinth there, see that wee plinth with the rails around it? That's just there used to be a 90-foot column there. It was the Reverend George Walker, he would have been the governor of the city during the course of the siege of Derry. And he was depicted pointing down the river to William of Warrington, his army coming on to relieve the city during the course of the siege of Derry. He had a sword in one hand and the Bible in the other, and it was always seen as Protestant supremacy over the Catholic community down below. And the IRA went in 1973 and blew it up. So we're just coming around this now. Happened on the 31st of July. It says there the 30th, and I don't like to contradict on the blog saying that it's actually the 31st. They got their date wrong, but I'll tell you the reason why in a minute. And I'm not doing it to contradict the blog saying artists, but that would have happened here on the 31st of July 1972. And you can see there just across the way where the flags flying. He was totally unarmed, running away. He would have been shot. He would have been taken into military custody, and he was left for 3/4 of an hour. There's photographs just around here. There's photographs of him from autopsy reports. He would have been strangled and he would have been tortured. There's cigarette burns on his body. You'll see them there when they're finished. And he would have been shot that night. There was a 15-year-old boy shot that night too, and he came out to see Centurion tanks on his own street. The army come in here that particular night. They do away with the no graves. There was something in the region of 28,000 troops were deployed here to the north that particular time. They do away with the no graves. So all along that top ground there would have been an old police station. The army took over that. That's the shoes factory up there. The army took over that. They took over the school. Might have heard of that song of Phil Coulter's, The Town I Love So Well. The army's installed by that old gas yard wall, and the damn barbed wire gets higher and higher. That's just beyond the petrol bomber there, the mural of the petrol bomber, about 200 yards on out. That's all along here on the dirty walls, military installations, lookout posts, helicopters in the air, a massive military presence would have come on here. IRA at that particular time says they were moving out, they weren't going to take on the British Army here. They would have been totally wiped out, and they slowly come back. And when they slowly come back then, they realised this is going to be a long campaign, and that's exactly what happened. It was a 30-year campaign. Army come here in 1970 or 1969, and they were deployed here for a couple of weeks. It ended up 30 years. So, and this one here, this mural here, this is called the Runner. And I identify with this one here. That's why I identify. And just up there at the top of the hill, that communications tower is. And it was about, I'm kidding you now, and honestly God, 53 years ago, I was up there to visit my grandmother on the 31st of July, 1973. My grandmother was very ill. I went up to visit her, and she would have died a couple of weeks later. But when I went onto the street, the army came swarming in. That's why I always identify with this, the Runner. So I went to run to get to my grandmother's, and a British soldier hit me over the head with a baton. He broke it clean in two over my head. I got 18 stitches and 2 head wounds. I was beat to the ground by 6 soldiers. Every part of my body had baton marks and boot marks, and an eye out to here, elbow out to there, totally drenched with blood. And my only concern was it destroyed my good Wrangler jacket as a 17-year-old. And I would have been put into one of them military vehicles along with 6 soldiers. And I got a second beating in the vehicle at 17 years of age. Then when I was taken down to the military installation, when they opened up the doors, there was at least 30 soldiers all greeting me, 2 lines of 15. And I had to run the gauntlet while they beat me again. So I got 3 beatings and dismissed at 20 minutes to the hands of the British Army. And that's why I know it was the 31st of July. It was well beat under my head at that particular time. And that's I always say to people, that's what people had to endure here during the course of the occupation of the British forces here at that particular time. So we weren't one bit sorry to see the British Army leaving here. And they left here in 2007. It was 2007 before they eventually moved out. But they would all moved out. And that would have been all part of the Good Friday Agreement that the IRA called an end to their campaign. Prisoners were released. British Army left. People joined the peace process. People were elected their representatives. And the first time in the history of the state, a few years ago, we have now a Sinn Féin member, the first minister of the north of Ireland here, and that was never envisaged when the state was first set up, that there would be any Catholic on as a first minister. So that things have massively changed. And one of the great things that has come out of the Good Friday Agreement is there should be a referendum on the reunification of Ireland if the British Secretary of State believes that the time is right. And that's what people are pushing for now. The British Secretary of State will call a referendum on the reunification of Ireland. I would have come down that street in 1972. When I would have come down there was a lot of my young friends. I used to play football in them streets in 1971. And when I would have come down after Bloody Sunday, my friends would have been standing up that street when I'm going to my work with rifles, machine guns, RPG 7s. They're now members of the IRA. And one of them was my own brother. And he says to me in 1972, we'll drive the Brits out of here by 1973. And I says, Chucky Arla. And I went down to my work. And then I seen him in 1973. He says, Noel, he says, I'm going to change that to 1974. And I says, right, Chucky Arla. And then that was a wee running joke we had every year. 75, 76. So when he died there a couple of years ago, I would have been up at the, when I was at the wake, I was telling the family all that wee story. And he had a great laugh at it. So hopefully it'll happen in my lifetime. It'll be the reunification of the country, and it'll happen in my time. And I'll be able to put me to the ballot. So I never like to say to you folks, I hope you enjoyed that, but I hope it's been informative. Okay, you're all very welcome.
Thank you.
So if any sort of get up to the museum, just let them know you're out on the tour, and there's a little discount for any. All right, folks. Lovely meeting you. Anybody any questions? No questions? All right, folks. Good to see you all. Good to see you. Good to see you. Just timing that before the rain. All right, guys. Good to see you. Bye-bye.
So what happens is that you're probably going to go back to prison after a release. Or you get back to prison.
These are all people that died here. These are all monuments. guys, that was just our tour guide and showed us about how life was like during the Holy Sunday period. And yeah guys, this event was very violent. There was a huge divide between English Protestants and Irish Catholics, and there are attempts to reunify Ireland, but of course the divide still exists: political, historical, cultural, ethnic, religious. So yeah, well, hopefully, both sides are working together and trying to work together. But this part of Ireland doesn't really feel Irish. It feels more English, more British, even though you will see Irish flags. But it doesn't quite really feel Irish, I would say. But there are, of course, attempts to bring the two sides together and finally reunify, which hopefully will happen, because the future of this island belongs with reunification. So look at that view, guys. Wow, you can see the whole island from here. It's like being on top of the whole city. Take a look at that view. I'm just going to take you around across here and show you what it is. Oh, be careful of that, guys. You don't want to put your shoes on there. But yeah, we'll just have a little walk across here and then we'll go down, hopefully. It's a good exercise, guys, you know. It can get tiring, but it's good. It's good for your fitness. If you enjoy these walking tours, definitely come, because they give a lot of detail that you might not really see or might not even get a chance to hear. Look at Mum sat there. She cannot come upstairs because she's very she's getting very tired, so she can't walk for too long. But I thought I'll give it a try. gate. These are the dirty walls. Church. Royal Bastion. cannons to protect the city. Look at that view, guys. You see all the city of Londonderry. Bishop's Gate. This is, I believe, the third cannon, fifth cannon, I believe. So many cannons around this wall to use to protect people. You can just imagine how serious it was back then. Okay. So guys, this is it. Hope you enjoyed the Londonderry tour, and see you in the next one. And don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and see you in the next one. Take care. So guys, this is the Blarney Castle. This is where you have to kiss the stone. And it's a ritual that is believed to give good luck and everything positive to happen.
Give me 2 seconds. Right? Oh. Oh, Druid. Isn't it? Oh. I'm not actually going to say my number. Yeah, well, you You told me something like this shoe. Right on the rock, right on the rock. Isn't that something? That's being foundation.
कौन फिर कुछ जरूरी है Yes, I don't know exact. कुछ खाएगी ना नहीं बड़ी कोई नहीं मेरा तो फिर
Excuse us, sorry. Katie.
A už estavam teranagiando.
Ay, espera.
So guys, this is the Balani castle, and as you can see the people are lining up either to kiss the stone or to have a look at it, which is believed to give good luck and many other things.
Very good video.
Is that where they kiss the stone with the people up there? Well, it says in this one.
Do you want to kiss the stone? Do you want to kiss the stone? Do you want to kiss the stone? Sit down. Sit down. You can sit down.
Sit down.
Yeah, you can sit down.
You?
You can sit down.
I will do this.
No, you can sit down. You can sit down.
Don't stop.
Are you tired?
Huh?
Are you tired?
Tired? You tired?
Yeah.
You want a munchie?
Haircut. Sitting. ¿No?
Por aquí, arriba, a la derecha.
They're going to kiss the stone. Do you want to kiss the stone?
Kiss, which kiss? Which
You want to
stone?
kiss the stone?
No, I don't want. I want kiss you. Let's go now. Long queue. Come on. I don't want kiss the stone. ये दुनिया तो खत्म तो नहीं होनी
check out that view, guys. View of the castle on the top. So you're looking at a stone?
No.
No, you want to look at it?
No. Listen.
Non, il me les a donnés. Mais je les ai pas dans mon sac, donc c'est que je les ai donnés à quelqu'un.
انت كاين الظاهر كده العملية انت درسين اللي كنا كثير إذا كنت أنا ما في سنة مريضة
Right there. Should be right there. Right on the outside.
Can you use toilet?
Yeah?
Can you use toilet?
ऊपर से आने को वापस इधर चलिए बात
Se llama Listo Loca. Yo me acuerdo de la película. Anda, a ver.
Ben atarım yapıyorum. Kalsam kutu kaçayım.
Yeah, well, here. Come down.
Il n'y a plus de queue, le petit restaurant. On a fait tout ça.
Mais non.
Sinon, la queue, on l'avait commencé.
D'accord. Mais tu me traduis moi pour moi ce qu'on a fait. Tu me traduis en français.
You need to eat something.
Yeah?
You need to eat something.
Yeah. Is that kind of liberal?
Cuando te lo mande a Paola, pero...
No. No.
Cool, that's like a tail. You know, it's a big.
You sit down.
Huh?
You can sit down.
No, no. I will not do.
Okay, I'll go inside the castle.
No, sorry.
You sit down.
No, no.
Who?
For the kissing stuff?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
A big long line. We have to.
Druid defensive flanker in which to build the castle. The castle became the center of the Musgrave region. Over 100 years later, the local bridge was saved from drowning.
transformation to planet transformation. Look how complex.
A dormir. Y ahí esperé a mis amigos porque mi amiga llegaron más tarde, ya no como a las 12. Podríamos verlo de eso hay que verlo. Está linda la cerveza, ¿no? Me gusta, mira. Super cool.
Altro problema. Это бомба крылья, печатка.
Oh my God.
Look at this stuff is sitting. Like none of these steps are
really good.
Hasn't fallen down in 600 years though.
They know something different than this little engineers today.
Play a tunnel road through the center column.
Oh yeah, you're right. Oh my gosh, never mind.
Pulling all these stones up.
Oh yeah, that would be. I'm curious. Like, how did they?
I'm sure pulleys and ropes and
Yeah.
horses and donkeys and so on. Cooler come up there and go to the window. Where did the Yeah, we're not. No. Now imagine sitting up here and they got a trebuchet throwing rocks at you. Flaming rocks.
I can't imagine the person who's climbing the outside walls.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm guessing they had this kind of wrong. When you go to the bathroom, you came up here and you just like sit. Off it, man. What? Oh, she took off? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did she leave?
Right down there, far. Like, go through all it.
So that was a brand new castle, guys. Where they kissed the stone. And there's a lot of history behind it. It's stone that is believed to give happiness. So yeah guys, definitely look it up. There's a lot of Christian symbolism to it as well. So yeah guys. Blarney Stone, the Blarney Castle, Rock of Castle, which is a very holy site here in Tipperary.
Set again. Ele está aqui esperando a pessoa aqui, né? खीर क्या करना है इसकी फोन करना पूरी तरीके की तरह दिखाने से Tutto bitti. Okay.
Guys, this is the Kahir Castle, one of the oldest preserved castles of Ireland.
कितने का साखा सी हैं कितने जाता थी सर
Time yet, it's only 5.
no when you start now 5:04
This is the woman in medieval Ireland.
when is that
In medieval Ireland. Woman.
Alright, so this
Di nuovo auguri.
Andiamo.
Guys, we just came back to Dublin City after our tour today, and the coach has just dropped us off. And it was a long tour. How did you find the tour? How did you find